684. Twisting Heart was furious. Chen Pingon, what's wrong with you? Squatting on the side, Shuangjiang sighed softly. He couldn't blame the little girl for being hot-tempered. She was used to the hidden official patriarch's tenacity. She had been through all the previous sewing sessions, so she was used to accidents big and small. No matter how dangerous the process was, she always seemed to succeed. Therefore, this accident was very unexpected. In this cage, after killing another nascent soul realm demon sword cultivator, Twisting Heart needed to inscribe the real name of an ancient ferocious demon and use her natal item, the embroidery needle, to pierce through Chen Pingon's back. She also needed to connect his spine. With only 2 strokes left, she failed. If Twisting Heart didn't withdraw her knife in time, Chen Pingon's spine would have been broken into 2 pieces. The surging aura of the real name of the demon surged crazily into Chen Pingon's heart. If Chen Pingon didn't have a few words left in his heart that Twisting Heart was familiar with, Chen Pingon's body and soul would have exploded like a string of firecrackers. He would end up like the Earth Immortals who self-destructed their Jin Dan and nascent soul. The young hidden official patriarch fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Most of his skin was peeled off, and his spine was exposed. The young man curled up on the ground and twitched. The ground was covered in blood, and the remaining aura of the real name of the demon lingered in the blood. Vaguely, the aura of the real name of the demon gathered into a Jin Dan. It wanted to use the blood as a cultivation ground, hoping to become a nether spirit. If it was left alone in the vast world, a Jin Dan stage ghost might be born in the blink of an eye. Then, it could find an ancient battlefield site with enough aura of evil to gather nether soldiers, build a nether house, and build a tree king banner. It would become a ghost king who could bring chaos to thousands of miles. Nian Axian also ended up in a miserable state. She spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. This time, she did not forcefully swallow it back into her stomach. Instead, she turned her head and spat it out on the ground. The air-green snake turned into an otherworldly demon. With a wave of his sleeve, the real name Nether Spirit, which was rapidly growing into a mustard seed, was separated from the blood on the ground and suspended in front of him. Frost Descent stretched out 2 fingers and gently crushed it. The filthy evil chi, which was enough to turn a cultivator in the lower 5 states directly into a puppet of the Nether Spirit, completely disappeared. After a while, Chen Pingon sat up. His soul was trembling, and his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were trembling slightly. It was as if there was a fish flipping its back under the ground. The blood in his body was boiling like a flood. Fortunately, the 5 elements' natal items began to operate on their own, helping to calm the phenomenon. Fortunately, Chen Pingon was able to maintain his physical body. He said apologetically, "I really can't take it anymore." Frost Descent winked at Nian Axian, hinting that the little girl should not add salt to the wound. Although Nian Axian was no longer scolding, she still looked displeased. She said in a low voice, "We're about to attack Yinqing and Qingqiu. If you're still so useless, I advise you to stop here. After all, this real name garment is barely usable now." Chen Pingon nodded. Nian Axian helped Chen Pingon roughly sew his skin and disappeared in a flash. Her accidentally superfluous actions, Nian Axian pretended to be careless, Chen Pingon pretended not to exist, and Frost Descent pretended not to see. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding. After Nian Axian left, Frost Descent advised carefully, "Elder Yingguan, it's already not easy for your body to be on the verge of collapse every time you use the method of exchanging life for life. If you want to sew the clothes immediately after killing the demons, it's not appropriate." Once the clothes were not sewn, Chen Pingon's body and mind recovered very quickly. He was like a sick person who had just recovered from a serious illness. He was also like a person who had been blind for a long time and finally saw the light. He was immersed in a relaxed and comfortable, small world. Chen Pingon could already stagger up and walk slowly with his body hunched. After Frost Descent cleaned up the real name demon, the large pool of blood on the ground had already been kept by Nian Axean into her embroidered bag. Frost Descent praised her inwardly. What a thrifty sewing girl. She said nice things in return. Chen Pingon said, the matter of sewing clothes now is too painful. Every time I kill a demon, my heart trembles when I think about it. I want to finish it in one go. Moreover, Nian Axean said that the more painful it is, the deeper the memory, and the better the effect. Frost Descent said slowly, relying on the suppression of heaven and earth of the caged sparrow, every time you decide to change your life, you secretly create a place of no return. You use all your means and you can kill the nascent soul realm sword cultivators time and time again. Just like that cockroach sword cultivator, so what if he was suppressed by you by more than half of his realm? Didn't he still destroy your heart with one sword strike? If it were someone else, they would have died after being hit by that dripping sword. How should I kill the rest of the upper 5 realms? Meng Pe and Qing Qiu are slightly better. Meng Po's natal supernatural power is proficient in illusion techniques, so it won't affect you much. You can just show her a flaw. Qing Qiu is naturally suppressed by Nian Axean. Zhu Jie's natal scroll is in the small world of the caged sparrow, so it's difficult for Zhu Jie to fully display his supernatural power. If Zhu Jie spreads out the scroll, you can fold mountains and rivers. It's easy to say that there will always be a chance. As for Yinqing, it's hard to say. These 4 are just talking about whether you have the slightest chance. As for the immortal realm Ho Changjun, you have no chance of winning. Once you open the prison door, you will be courting death. Frost Descent said finally, unless you reach the peak of Wu Fu Mountain, and at the same time, break through the Sea Watcher and Dragon Gate realms, and enter the Jindan realm. The premise is that you don't go and fight with that Ho Changjun. The gap between the realms is too big, so it's useless even if you use all your tricks. Chen Pingon walked out of the prison and said, Peak of Wu Fu Mountain, forming the Jindan. You make it sound so easy. Don't you know my current situation and plan? The extraterrestrial demon followed beside him and clenched his fist again and again. His arm rose and fell above his head, and he shouted again and again, Old ancestor, you don't care about big or small things. Thousands of caddies are like goose feathers, thousands of years of worries are like drizzling rain. Old ancestor can turn clouds and rain with one palm. In the end, he received a punch from Chen Pingon, who was in a bad mood. The extraterrestrial demon's body broke into pieces, and after it reassembled on the spot, it looked sick and tired, and no longer annoyed others. If he was a loyal official who remonstrated with death, he would not be trusted. If he was a treacherous and flattering official, he would be beaten. It was really hard to predict the heaven's will. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Chen Pingon walked all the way to the pavilion below the prison. Q-Sword Huang He and the other 5 nascent soul stage sword cultivators of the demon clan had a rough idea of what Shuang Jun had pointed out. Their only goal was to fight for the right time and place to surpass the nascent soul stage sword cultivators. In this way, of course, it was not a pure Q-sword between sword cultivators, but it was not an unfair victory either. As sword cultivators, Huang He and the others also had their own secret techniques and secret techniques. Chen Pingon's biggest reliance was the small heaven and earth of the flying sword caged sparrow. Both of them were in the realm of Qi cultivator, and they were in the realm of Qi cultivator. Then, there was the deity drum beating style of the remote traveling martial artist. According to Frost Descent, as long as Chen Pingon reached the Jade Pure realm in the future, the sparrow in the caged sparrow would be well nourished. By then, they would both be in the same realm, and each of them would be in the same realm. Only then would they be in the same realm. Breaking through the realm and killing enemies would be as easy as picking up money from the ground. However, these were all things that were out of reach. For now, he could only think about it and have some fun. When he arrived at the pavilion, Chen Pingan sat with his legs crossed. He placed the narrow saber horizontally on his knees and began to breathe to temper the remaining martial arts fate. At the same time, he was thinking about the deal with Frost Descent. He was doing 3 things at the same time, cultivating 2 things at the same time. After reaching the cave-dwelling realm, Chen Pingan was used to being a cultivator in the lower 5 realms, regardless of how Frost Descent, an ascendant realm cultivator, treated it as a lower 5 realms cultivator. This was the first time he cultivated as an immortal in the middle 5 realms. When he was breathing leisurely, the aperture acupoints on Chen Pingan's face were filled with white fog. Reiki was pure, like slender but eye-catching snow-white serpents hanging upside down on the cliff. Especially in the middle of Chen Pingan's eyebrows, there was a spot of divine light that flickered. And in the eyelids, there was a faint golden light. His eyes were like 2 caves, with 2 bright lights shining through the bamboo curtain at the door. This was the land immortal appearance of Tao, that Qi trainers below the earth immortal dreamed of. After fighting with 5 nascent soul realm cultivators for 5 rounds, regardless of whether it was practicing martial arts, forcefully tempering the martial arts fate into the root of the mountain, or checking the flaws through the injuries, or refining the flaws of the natal item, it could be said that he had gained a lot. Frost Descent abided by the rules and did not step into the pavilion. He was like a lonely ghost floating outside. Chen Pingan's deal with the extraterrestrial demon with 1 grain of grain rain money was almost coming to an end. 1 grain of grain rain money was divided into 10 grains of small heat money, all of which were used to buy Frost Descent's life. Frost Descent received the first grain of small heat money as a gift of the ancient dragon-slaying platform's execution item, the narrow saber Zhankhan. The string of inscriptions in the crystal heart could help Chen Pingan to forget himself faster and immerse his mind more deeply when he was meditating. Its effect was similar to that of a cultivator sitting on a cushion in a fairy's house and lighting up the mountain and water incense in the cave. Although it was a method of dripping water to penetrate a stone, it could not be underestimated. Cultivators in the lower 5 states absorbed the aura of heaven and earth like holding water with both hands. It was very difficult. After entering the middle 5 states, it was like having a bucket to draw water into an ancient well. Of course, it would be faster. Chen Pingan not only received a treasured saber that could defeat the flood dragon, but it could also benefit his cultivation in the future. It was very profitable. For the 2nd grain of small heat money, Chen Pingan asked Frost Descent to explain in detail the cultivation tips of the Cave Realm, Sea Watching Realm, and Dragon Gate Realm, as well as the combination of all the major and middle refining natal items. Chen Pingan decided to enter the Cave Realm in the prison. At that time, the aura of heaven and earth was flowing backward. Frost Descent said with certainty that this was a matter of chance. He took the opportunity to wander around and help to find the 6 mountains of the Crown Prince who had opened 10 natal acupoints. He successfully obtained the 3rd grain of small heat money. Apart from Frost Descent's imparting of Taoism, dispelling doubts, and earning money, Frost Descent also made an additional deal with Chen Pingan. Frost Descent only said that the sword fairy banner that was refined by Zhong needed to be erected at the top of the mountain temple with a secret technique. He did not mention the details at that time. Therefore, Chen Pingan obediently took the bait and made money by transforming the extraterrestrial demon. The Grand Master Ingguan, a Qi cultivator of the Cave Realm, had an additional cultivation technique to add to the brocade. In addition, the imitation of the Beko Keikyung building pagoda could be used as an important supplementary natal item after opening a new acupoint in the Sea Watching Realm. The natal item of the 5 elements could absorb the aura of heaven and earth. And the aura of the 5 elements naturally produced in the small world of the human body could be refined by the Beko Keikyung building. It could be used to nourish 5 natal items with half the effort. This was Frost Descent's timely help. In addition, how to add the finishing touch to the murals in the Water Mansion, 3 kinds of celestial secret methods that Frost Descent imparted to the ancestor of the hidden official only cost Chin Pingon 1 grain of small heat money. Frost Descent had already obtained 4 grains of small heat money. The 2 short swords that Frost Descent seemed to be casual and only said, carving the boat in the past. Frost Descent deliberately said it vaguely because he didn't want to reveal the real origin. The 2 short swords were respectively inscribed with the words, desecration, and lake. The former one was already in Chin Pingon's blade-nourishing gourd and was not in the category of business. However, the short sword with the word lake inscribed with the word ancestor of the hidden official, Frost Descent offered 1 grain of small heat money and Chin Pingon also agreed. Unknowingly, the otherworldly demon had already earned 5 grains of small heat money. After Chin Pingon entered the Dragon Gate realm, he could start refining the 2 ancient swords into 2 flood dragons in the Dragon Chio pond of the Water Mansion. As for the flood dragon of water that was originally condensed from the water core, he could refine it into a pearl of water. In the future, on the path of cultivation, the stronger the water fate, the higher the grade of the pearl. First, he gave away the short sword with the word desecration for free. Then, he talked about the benefits of refining the short sword with the word lake, the sword immortal banner, and the imitation Baek O Kyung building. In fact, the otherworldly demon was fishing. He gave half of the bait and kept the other half. Chin Pingon didn't mind Frost Descent's business methods. After all, it was a fair trade. It couldn't be considered a forced trade. Other than that, Frost Descent continuously used the celestial cave robe that was both real and fake, the 2 green snakes beside his ears, and all the golden sand and golden body fragments that he obtained from the longevity fellow to make a deal with Chin Pingon for 4 grains of small heat money. Only 1 grain of small heat money was left. After pooling 1 grain of grain rain money, according to the agreement, the otherworldly demon Frost Descent could immediately leave the prison and obtain unfettered freedom. Moreover, once it left the prison, Chin Pingon and Chin Qingdu could no longer target it. As long as it didn't follow the demon race into the vast world and didn't harm any sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it could go to the wasteland to be an overlord, or go to the vast world to hide its tracks, support puppets, and establish a sect. It was all up to it. During this period, Frost Descent was once willing to buy a small story of a contract with Chin Pingon with a piece of snow money on credit. In the end, Chin Pingon quickly used a piece of snow money to exchange with Frost Descent for the real material of the 5 Thunder Seal. Frost Descent suddenly said, "I originally thought that the inconspicuous piece of snow money would become the winner of our deal. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to eliminate the doubts in my heart so quickly." Once Frost Descent had 9 grains of small heat money and some scattered snow money, but even if it was only 1 grain of grain rain money and only 1 grain of snow money, the deal still couldn't be completed. In this deal, the awkward part of the otherworldly demon Frost Descent was that it was only 1 grain of small heat money and it would die. Even if it was only 1 grain of snow money, it would still die. Chin Pingon still had his eyes closed and said frankly, "At first, I thought of tampering with this snow money, but I changed my mind later." Frost Descent stopped and asked worriedly, "You haven't made up your mind not to give me the last grain of small heat money, have you?" "Ancestor Ingguan, please don't do business like this, it's too damaging to your moral standing." Chin Pingon opened his eyes and shook his head, "Of course not, I'll do the first grain of small heat money with you and you can live." Frost Descent nodded gently and said doubtfully, "I know about this, but I've never dared to believe it." Chin Pingon said, "Do you want to see Frost Descent so much? For an otherworldly demon who has obtained pure freedom, do you still need to be so obsessed?" The 2 of them were silent. Chin Pingon continued, "You are no longer an immortal couple. Moreover, with your cultivation and state of mind, aren't you always together with the great cultivator, Frost Descent, inseparable? Because the inner demon of Frost Descent was his beloved woman. It should be a Tao fate after Frost Descent reached the upper 5 states. It was not until Frost Descent reached the Ascendant Realm, or even when he was trying to reach the Lost Realm, that this otherworldly demon really appeared. However, Frost Descent had never been able to completely eliminate this inner demon. In the end, they were separated from each other. It was estimated that Frost Descent used some mysterious Taoist magic to only expel the inner demon, but he couldn't really subdue, refine, or kill this inner demon. However, these were all baseless speculations. Only God knew the truth, unless Chen Pingan went to the Qingming world in the future and could see the real Frost Descent. The otherworldly demon squinted and asked, "How did you guess it? Was it the embroidered handkerchief of the woman's boudoir that revealed my origin, or was it my instinct to avoid you when you touched my head?" Chen Pingan asked back, "Guess what? Didn't you deliberately want me to know the truth?" The otherworldly demon, who had the appearance of a white-haired boy, smiled sweetly. She floated in the air and clapped her hands lightly. She praised from the bottom of her heart, "What a great patriarch hidden official. Chen Pingan has never disappointed anyone." Chen Pingan said, "The last small sum of money, let's make a promise of 100 years. Before you and I meet again, you help me secretly protect a person." The white-haired boy gently flicked the green snake beside his ear and said, "The 5th world only allows Qi cultivators below the upper 5 states to enter. I don't dare to violate the rules of Confucianism. I want to, but I can't. This deal is difficult for me." Chen Pingan, are you being unkind? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "My master is there. I believe that the scholarly sage who guards the pass will turn a blind eye to you in the end. However, you only have one chance to act. After that, you will be expelled by the scholarly sage at most. At that time, you will have to listen to my master's arrangements. Whether it is returning to the vast world, settling down in Luopa Mountain, or being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits, I will find you. No matter what price I have to pay, I will keep my promise and restore your freedom. If you don't act, you and I will meet in the 5th world." The white-haired boy asked, "What if?" Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "What if I can't keep my promise to find you? After 100 years, no matter what, you will still be free." The white-haired boy began to wander around the pavilion, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He began to discuss the details with the young hidden official. Scholars care about their reputation the most. It's not much of a secret for me to hide in a sword cultivator's soul. Even if that teacher of yours helps me, it's still inappropriate, isn't it? If Twisting Heart can go to the 5th world, her soul is deep enough. However, she is in the unpolished Jade realm and can't go. You can't blame me for this. First, that great demon who caught the pavilion has its own specialization. Second, it can hide in the depths of the soul of a Jindan sword cultivator and successfully hide from the sword cultivators. Obviously, it can't be done in a day. If you give me 3 to 5 years of time, I am confident that I can find a Jindan cultivator and take over the nest of a magpie. Chen Pingan said, "I will help you find a place to hide." The white-haired boy said with emotion, "The hidden official's plan is flawless. There are thousands of words in my heart, but when they reach my mouth, they become speechless." Chen Pingan stood up and hung the saber on his waist again. "If you agree to this, please don't do anything unnecessary in that brand new world in the future. Don't try it again. Otherwise, you will have to burn incense every day and beg me to die in this great wall of sword chi." Chen Pingan smiled and squinted. "Before every fight, I never like to say harsh words to people. Today, I will make an exception for you. Please cherish it." The white-haired boy no longer had a mischievous expression. He bowed respectfully, "I will follow the ancestors' decree." From now on, the deal of 1 grain of grain rain money is considered complete. Chen Pingon leaned back and fell to the ground. He put his hands behind his head and said, I will go back and test the depth of Mengpe and Qingqiu's cultivation. If I can't even deal with them, I will have to trouble you to use the dove fairy technique to fight for me. Chen Pingon closed his eyes and said, maybe you purposely let me know the identity of the woman and mistakenly thought that you were the inner demon of the woman Shuangjiang admired. In fact, it was all a trick. It doesn't matter. You have won. I didn't lose anything anyway. The white-haired boy said with a sad expression, the hero is not free. The ancestor's heroic look is really distressing. Chen Pingon unsheathed his blade. He didn't even look at the otherworldly demon. He quickly slashed his blade. The otherworldly demon quickly condensed and jumped towards the pavilion. It gave a thumbs up and clapped its hands again and again. You are not a hero who can turn the world upside down. You are also a hero who can destroy mountains and rivers. Ancestor. Oh, what a good blade technique. Twisting Heart sat on the steps in the distance. She looked at the otherworldly demon and the green-robed man in the pavilion. They were about to leave. It was very likely that they would go to different places. She suddenly felt reluctant to part with them. As a sewing person, she had never been so lively in her life of cultivation. Yet, it was stable. She didn't have to worry about the unpredictable schemes on the mountain. No one looked at her as if she was a ghost. A group of 3 people walked on a lonely street. Li Kai was dressed in a snow-white robe. A slender snow-white sword, Shuangjiao, was tied to her waist. The sword and the scabbard had already been broken into 2. Other than the female leader of the Fuping sword sect, there was also a young man, Chen Li, and a young girl, Gao Yuqing. They would follow Li Kai to the North Continent and become her direct disciples. Li Kai admitted that she wasn't as heroic as Lu Ji. Her appearance had already recovered. The scar on her cheek wasn't obvious, but her face was pale. It was obvious that she hadn't fully recovered. The real hidden danger was that Li Kai's natal flying sword, Snowflake, was severely damaged. She probably wouldn't be able to reach the immortal realm for the rest of her life. Li Kai didn't care. When a woman's realm was high, it was easy for her to not get married. It didn't matter how good her temper was. This female sword deity had been fighting non-stop since she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She led the charge every time. A few years ago, there were many rules in the Summer Palace. The hidden officials' messenger flying swords were the most annoying and restricted sword deities. Among the sword deities, the one who scolded the young hidden officials the most was definitely Li Kai. She was far better than the local sword deities. After Li Kai retreated from the city with serious injuries, she gave up all her battle achievements. She only asked for a sword and a robe from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She had a close friend, Taixia progenitor Li Yu. They had agreed to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together to kill demons. When they arrived at the wine shop, Li Kai looked at the uninvolved plaque. In the end, she only pulled one off the wall and held it in her hand. She wasn't in a hurry to return to the North Continent. She wanted to travel to the South Sa continent. For example, she wanted to visit the mountain where the sword deity, Yuan Qingshu, lived. Li Kai had a broken blade strengthening gourd with her. It was Yuan Qingshu's relic and should be returned to his sect. In the past, Yuan Qingshu had joked with the local sword deity, Gao Kuei, about using the blade strengthening gourd to store wine and the name of a great demon to accompany the wine. In the end, both of them died. Li Kai turned to look at the 2 small heads at the door of the shop. She smiled and said, "Tell the second shopkeeper that this uninvolved plaque has been taken away." Feng Kangol said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it away." The second shopkeeper wouldn't even dare to fart when he sees such a beautiful girl. Not only did she go to another shop to spend money to drink, but she also made a big fuss and embarrassed her own shop. The peach board had a good memory. She remembered all the customers who came to the wine shop to buy and drink. She asked, "Sister Zhao, why hasn't our second shopkeeper shown himself yet? Is he wearing a woman's skin again and making himself look pretty? Is he secretly killing demons?" Li Kai laughed. "Sister Zhao, did the second shopkeeper teach you that?" The peach board nodded. Feng Kangol complained, "Why are you nodding like an idiot? You're not sincere at all." Li Kai stopped smiling and said, "Give me a pot of each type of wine. I want to bring them to the South Saw continent." Gao Yuqing was carving words on the uninvolved plaque with his flying sword. Chenli rolled his eyes and said, "What's so good about that Pang Yuanji?" Gao Yuqing turned around and hid the uninvolved plaque. She said angrily, "It's none of your business." Li Kai stood at the door of the shop and looked at the top of the city. She came here to fight to her heart's content. She didn't think that her swordsmanship was far from enough. In the end, she owed sword deity Yao a huge favor. The problem was, how was she going to repay him in the future? How was she going to repay him? The youth looked lonely. "Master, am I going to be a disciple of the Fuping sword sect from now on?" Li Kai said, "Then learn from the second shopkeeper." Vast world, hidden official Qin Pin gone. Great wall of sword Qi, Chenli of Fuping sword lake. Don't delay each other. Home comes first, cultivation comes second. Don't forget your roots. The youth nodded. That was a good idea. Li Kai finally left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the youth. There were no cross-continent ferries from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain for the time being. They found an immortal inn to stay in. Li Kai drank alone. Li Tomi, Tao Wen, Zhou Cheng, Nalan Yexing, Gao Kuei, Yao Chongdao, Dong Sanging, Zhang Jiao and Li Ding of the White Mountain Continent, Yuan Qingshu of the South Saw Continent, Han Huizi of the Taihui Sword Sect, Xie Zhi of the Fuyao Continent. There were so many young sword cultivators. Many of them were around the same age as Chenli and Gao Yuqing. There would only be more and more of them. Li Kai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. She leaned against the window. "Let's just drink to death in this bullsh tea unpolished jade realm." Gao Yuqing stayed next door. The girl was still adapting to the environment of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The difference between Spirit Qi and Sword Qi was like heaven and earth. Chenli was a careless person. While practicing his sword, he was at a shop in the inn that specialized in selling treasures on the mountain. He was weighing his money bag. Because the entire Lingji Zhai had already moved away, the various factions familiar with the inverted hanging mountain had previously cleared out their inventory and sold many low-grade spirit artifacts at a low price. This inn was one of them, so there weren't many transcendent artifacts. At first glance, there was a dazzling array of dazzling artifacts. Li Kai, who had been paying attention to Qin Li's sword intent in the distance, frowned. Her murderous aura surged as she rushed over. Li Kai reached out and grabbed the youth's natal flying sword. Blood flowed from her palm and dripped to the ground. She was unaware of it. She said to Chenli, "So many sword cultivators died. I didn't ask you to come to the vast world to die. If you really want to die, you can wait until you become a sword immortal. If a sword cultivator in the sea viewing realm dies, who will remember who you are? If you can't hold it in any longer, you might as well become a mountain cultivator. You will die quickly. Otherwise, when you cultivate in the future, you will be killed first and I will be angered to death by you. I won't know how to avenge you." The person targeted by Qin Li's flying sword was a flustered shopkeeper. When he saw Li Kai, he bowed and apologized to the female sword immortal. Anyway, there were many reasons, such as being blind and not worthy of death. Of course, there was no need to kill. In the end, Chen Li's sword heart was unstable. His murderous intent was too strong. He had already left the battlefield, but his sword heart was still reverberating there. This was a good thing. However, if Li Kai didn't do anything, even if Chen Li reached the North Continent, he would die as soon as he left the mountain. Li Kai opened her hand and the youth immediately kept his flying sword. Chen Li said guiltily, "I don't have any complaints towards Master, nor towards the North Continent." Li Kai smiled. "Master doesn't care about this. I only care if you practice your sword well and if there is a sword immortal in Fuping Sword Lake." Chen Li said honestly, "It is still a little difficult to become a sword immortal within 60 years. Li Kai patted the youth's shoulder and wiped the blood from her palm. "You are a man. Show some courage. You are my direct disciple. Even if you are only a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms, when you talk to others, especially when you yell about killing, you have to have the tone of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms." Upon hearing the words century-old sword immortal and sword immortal of 60 years, the shopkeeper in charge of the inn's shop felt his eyelids twitch. He regretted it and quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. Li Kai and the youth spoke telepathically, and the youth reluctantly bought the spirit artifact that he liked at a high price. When they returned to their residence, Li Kai asked telepathically, "Do you remember that guy? Get back at him yourself in the future." Chen Li beamed from ear to ear and nodded vigorously. Li Kai knocked on Gao Youqing's door and grabbed the girl's cheek, pinching it hard. Chen Li needs to control his temper. "Gao Youqing, what's wrong with you? Was he too timid and afraid of trouble? If Chen Li attacks, Master will stop him, but she will be happy. You, on the other hand, are just watching from afar. You don't have the slightest intention to attack. Master is very unhappy." Gao Youqing, whose cheek was pinched, said timidly, "Master, my brother wants me to endure when I reach the vast world. I must not cause trouble." Li Kai spat. No wonder Marquis Gao Yi is still a rotten nascent soul. Gao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. Not only did he miss his brother who he had depended on since childhood, he was also worried that the separation between them was not as simple as life. He was worried that it was actually a silent farewell. Li Kai immediately let go and said softly, all right. If you want to endure, then endure. However, Master can teach the two of you a trick. If you are bullied, then endure. But if your fellow disciples are bullied, then chop them to death. Madhav *Ker, kill those who should be killed. Don't chop those who shouldn't be killed. Just chop them until they are half dead. Our floating duckweed sword lake still has some money. We can afford the medical fees. This way, you and Chen Li will endure what you need to endure and vent your anger. If you really can't beat them, you can go back home and call Master to help you." At the beginning, the young man and woman were quite happy when they heard it, but when they heard "go back home," they became silent and sad. Li Kai sighed softly and waved her hand. She went to drink and left a sentence for her disciples, "Go practice your swords." Old Deaf finally returned to the prison. Yu Yu and Changming followed him to the pavilion for the first time. Dream Granny's prison was already empty. Old Deaf came to the stairs and glanced at the pavilion. There was a young hidden official who was wearing an unfamiliar robe. "Just let me take a break from now on." The old woman said softly, "Young lady, please go back quickly. If you don't agree, how can I fight with peace of mind? In the Yao family and the Ning family, I've never slacked off. Today, young lady, let me be selfish for once." The old woman stepped in front of Ning Yao and faced the battlefield in the south. Her back was to her hometown. She smiled and said, "Young lady, take care of yourself in the future, and take good care of young master. Young master is such a good man. If you meet him, don't let him go. Even old dog Nalan and I won't agree, let alone master and madam." The old woman said angrily, "Ning Yao. Don't wait for me. Wait for Chen Pin gone. 100 years, 1,000 years, it's worth it." Bai Lianshuang, the 9th-level martial cultivator, used his fists to open a path. Just like that, he and his fists went far away. On this trip, the old woman felt guilty, reluctant, and relieved. Chen Shi, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, slashed open the small world of a sovereign realm big demon. He turned the tip of his sword and directly found the big demon Zhongguang on the battlefield. In the Battle of the 13 and the Siege of the City, this ascendant realm big demon was the leader of the demons in the savage land. The big demon Zhongguang was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Shi. He was willing to sacrifice his life and cultivation just to kill Zhongguang. If Qin Shi only chased after him, Zhongguang wouldn't be afraid. He had countless methods to avoid Qin Shi's attack. At most, he would have to sacrifice his 100 years of cultivation and 1 or 2 defensive treasures. The sovereign realm big demon who fought with Qin Shi threw the lightning spear in his hand toward old sword immortal Qin Shi's back. Elsewhere, Nalan Xiaowei blocked the spear for his old friend Qin Shi at all costs. He allowed himself to be surrounded by 2 sovereign realm big demons and watched Qin Shi leave with his sword. The old man who carved the word Qin on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Energy had his life and sword intent in this sword. Zhongguang, the big demon, was an ascendant realm big demon. How could he not die? Nalan Xiaowei laughed loudly. Why don't we have another sovereign realm beast? The group of yin-yang cultivators and Mahist mechanical engineers had left. Chen Sancho and Stack Zhang walked together. It was the first time they came to the Great Wall of Sword Energy. They took a cross-continent ferry called Coral Jade in the Central Divine Continent. After crossing the gate, Chen Sancho looked back. Stack Zhang said, "When we reach the Central Divine Continent, we can wait for the door to open once every 100 years. The two found the Stork Inn. In the narrow alley of the inn, the young innkeeper sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw the white-robed man and the one-armed woman, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please come in." After crossing the threshold, Chen Sancho said, "Chen Pingon once said that if you were still in the inverted hanging mountain, I should ask you if you were a cultivator." Chen Sancho smiled. Chen Pingon also said that he didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and laughed. "I'm just a small businessman. I can barely protect my ancestral property. How can I be considered a cultivator?" Chen Sancho nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The young innkeeper looked up and glanced at the table of lazy people in the hall. He was angry. They were open for business, but each of them was more arrogant than him. The Stork Inn had little business, so the servants had nothing to do. An old man was in charge of closing the door and opening the door, a middle-aged chef who wasn't good at cooking, a strong woman who cleaned the courtyard and the house, and a young girl who didn't treat people well. Because the business of the ferry had become more and more pure, the number of visitors to the inverted suspended mountain decreased year by year. This caused the business of the painters on Osmanthus Island to deteriorate. Over time, there was only one painting stall left under the Osmanthus tree. Many painters of the Fan clan had already left Osmanthus Island. They had gone to Old Dragon City to find a way out. The one who stayed behind was a middle-aged painter. His cultivation talent was not good. He was a chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms. If he was in the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, it would not be difficult to be a court painter. But he was living under someone else's roof, and did not earn much. One painting was sold for a few hundred to a few thousand silvers. In the painting circle of the secular dynasties, it was considered a sky-high price. But compared to the money of the gods, it was nothing. Seeing the man sitting at the railing in a daze, the painter took a bottle of wine from Old Dragon City. He could not afford to drink osmanthus wine, and walked towards the unknown man. Drinking with friends, who knows, he might be able to get some extra business. The painting stall was not open for business. It had been a long time, and it was unbearable. Miyuk turned his head and looked at the painter of the Fan clan who stood beside him for a long time. He did not know what to say. He asked, "I heard that to paint here, one painting costs 30 snow coins. If you want 3 paintings, it will be cheaper. Only 25 snow coins." The painter nodded his head. In the past, when business was good, we could get 5 snow coins for the 25 snow coins. Now that business is hard to do, the Fan clan is generous, and gave it all to the painter. The guest did not speak the language of the Aquarius continent fluently. But he heard that this handsome young man was the friend of the Wind Snow Temple Sword Immortal Wei Jin. Then he should be at least an Earth Immortal. Miyu laughed. "Don't tell me you are called Suyu Ting." The painter was surprised. "How do you know my name?" Suyu Ting knew that his painting skills, in the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain, even if it was not unsightly, it was definitely not a painting expert. Miyu laughed. "Does the 10% discount still count?" "If it does, I will ask Master Su to paint 3 paintings for me." Master Su. Adding the word "sure" to the surname, just like adding the word "z" to the surname, was a very commendatory way of saying things on the mountain and at the foot of a mountain. Suyu Ting was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. He racked his brains, as though he remembered who it was, but he could not remember clearly. Miyu reminded, "It's a young man with a sword sheath and straw sandals." Suyu Ting hit his palm with his fist and laughed. I remember. That mister was a little restrained at first, but after drinking wine, he became very spirited." Suyu Ting blushed with shame. "I did not expect that mister to still remember me." Miyu nodded and said, "He mentioned you to me before and praised you a lot. He said that Mr. Su's paintings are lively and colorful, subtle and meticulous, just right. So he told me that if I have the chance to go to Osmanthus Island in the future, I must ask you to paint. It will definitely not be a loss." Suyu Ting blushed and whispered, "I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." Miyuk jumped down the railing and went to the ancestor Osmanthus tree. Dusk gradually passed, dusk gradually arrived. Miyu looked up. Under the tree, he waited for the moon. Lu Ji, beside her was Madame Wu Yen, who wore a hedgerow to cover her face. Walking out of the great wall of Sword Qi from the new door, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan was followed by a few Spring Banner House direct disciples. They left inverted Hanging Mountain together. At the old door, the little Taoist boy glanced at the lonely mountain, kept the book and praying mat, and said, "Let's go." The sword-wielding man squatted on the spot and nodded, "Yes." The little Taoist boy asked, "Are you really not going to follow me to the green netherworld?" Zhang Luke shook his head. "I want to open my eyes wide and look at the vast world. I want to see if I can still treat the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a joke in the future." The little Taoist boy flashed and came to the foot of the Water Fairy Palace mountain. He used his divine power, bent and straightened his back, and flipped the entire Water Fairy Palace from inverted Hanging Mountain into the sea. On this day, the great Heavenly Lord threw out his master's decree at the mountain peak. He turned into a rainbow light and went straight to the sky screen. Then, he activated the array. This world's largest mountain seal broke open the sky screen. Then, a few Bako Kakyung building Daoist immortals pulled inverted Hanging Mountain into the green netherworld from the vortex of the sky screen at the border between the two worlds. At the original location of inverted Hanging Mountain, only the old door of the savage world and the vast world and the great sword immortal who betrayed the great wall of sword Qi, Zhang Lu, were left. Chen Qing revealed his Dharma form and split open the sky with a sword. The entire city ascended. The demon army had already rushed to the top of the great wall of sword Qi, which was no longer guarded by anyone. All the demon sword cultivators in the savage world, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or sword immortals, attacked with their swords to stop the city. Most of the sovereign stage demons in the savage world, as well as many of the upper 5 realms, chose to attack the Dharma form of the sword immortal. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, the gray-robed elder, sneered, "How pitiful. This is your last sword. In this war, when it comes to killing demons, you, Chen Qing, can't even compare to a sword immortal of the lower 5 realms." The gray-robed elder took a step forward. His Dharma form was majestic, and his figure was even taller than the great wall of sword Qi. He clenched his fists and borrowed the power of the great Tao of the entire savage world to punch at the center of the great wall of sword Qi. He directly punched a huge hole in the great wall of sword Qi, which even Chen Qing couldn't block with his sword and protect with all his might. The gray-robed elder's Dharma form stood in the middle of the hole and smashed its fists on both sides of the wall. With every punch, Chen Qing's Dharma form, which was still indestructible despite being hit by the sovereign stage demon's natural mystique, became a little more blurry. The sword immortal's Dharma form only stood where the city was. After breaking through the sky with his sword, he stood upright and used his hands to tear apart the whirlpool, not allowing it to close. Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi was built, this was the first time it had suffered such a huge damage. Countless demon army swarmed through it. The black figure disappeared into thin air. After appearing in the distance, he pulled down a jade unpolished realm demon that had crossed the city wall. He grabbed its head with one hand, and the demon's forehead was instantly mangled. Just like that, the black figure lifted it into the air. Remember this, Chen Pingon is still guarding the city walls in this world. 685. Lu Cha carried a sword and a saber on his back like a bearded ranger. He came to the side of the gray-robed elder and asked, "Aren't we going to touch the words on the city wall?" Half of the great wall of sword aura had fallen into the wilderness. It would soon be completely refined by the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain. The gray-robed elder smiled, "Keep it. The immortals of the vast world don't know how to respect the strong. Let us do it." Sword immortal Shou Qin arrived on his sword and said respectfully, "The 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain have been arranged." There were some sword cultivators whose names weren't on the register. They weren't satisfied because they had some minor military exploits. "I killed 3 of them before I stopped." Li Zhen and several other potential sword immortals also came to join in the fun. Li Zhen smiled, "Bad habits can't be spoiled." "Good job, sword immortal Shou Qin." Other than Li Zhen, Zhu Jing, you see, Tan, and the female sword cultivator who changed into a new skin, Lu Bai, were all gathered here. On the city wall that belonged to the wilderness, this group of talented sword cultivators found a place to nurture their flying swords. They tried their best to obtain the essence of the ancient sword immortals to increase their sword luck. The untraceable sword immortals Will and Qi were the purest. Later generations of sword cultivators would get lucky if they were compatible with their swordsmanship. For tens of thousands of years, foreign sword cultivators who came here could get it. The demon sword cultivators in the wilderness could also get it on the battlefield. In order to help the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain, the great demon had begun to clean up the battlefield to prevent it from being contaminated with sword luck and hindering the future of the great Tao of the group of geniuses. What's more, the ruins of the battlefield under the city wall were still useful. They could be moved to the old site of the inverted mountain to change the time of the vast world. Li Zhen suggested, if anyone kills an ascendant realm in the vast world, he can carve a word on the north side of the city wall. What do you think? The gray-robed elder nodded, okay. Lu Cha smiled, it will be ugly. Li Zhen gently stomped his feet, even the ancestor can only refine it, but he can't keep it in his pocket. It was rumored that back then, the Tao ancestor had even ridden an ox to pass through this pass and traveled all over the world. The gray-robed elder shook his head with a smile. If Qin Qing can't do it, I can't do it either. The Great Wall of Sword Qi can be broken, but it can't be kept in one sleeve. It's just like sword immortals can die, but they can't be humiliated. Of course, there were many old stories. In any case, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Qingdo wanted to use his sword to split the heavens and send the sword cultivators away, even if I went all out against Qin Qingdo and the Great Wall of Sword energy, I would have crippled many of the mountains, rivers, and destiny of the wildlands. That wouldn't be worth it. It's not what I want. Li Zhen held the back of his head with both hands and looked at the opposite city wall. It was just that that guy was already far away. Otherwise, he would have greeted the hidden official properly and tried to establish a friendship. It's all right. We'll practice our swordsmanship here and break through one by one. Then, we'll go to the vast world to ask for swords. Si Chen said, that inverted mountain has also ascended and left. It's just that the second brother's decree opened the way, and the 3 city lords of the Beko Keikyung building personally came to receive it. The Confucian temple also didn't stop it, so it went very smoothly. Lu Cha said in a low voice, Qin Qingdo's sword also didn't land on the battlefield. What bullshit great sword immortal. He had seen those who died in battle and those who were beaten back by the great demons on the battlefield, but he had never seen someone who would obediently guard the door without drawing a single sword. Great sword immortal Zhang Lu turned a blind eye to this. In the end, this demon was casually punched in the head by Xiao Chua, who was striding through the gate. His golden core and nascent soul exploded at the same time, implicating a large number of demons at the gate. What an unexpected disaster. After a military commander in the distance caught a glimpse of the culprit, he pretended that nothing had happened. Xiao Chua came to the hitching post and threw out a jar of good wine from a secular dynasty in the vast world. Zhang Lu took the jar, opened the mud seal, and sniffed it. Good wine. Xiao Chua asked, Zhang Lu, why don't you come with me to take a look? South Hassa continent, Tongye continent, Fuyao continent, you can choose. Let's find wine to drink together. There are many immortal wines there. Zhang Lu smiled and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch from here. I'm a lazy person by nature, so I can't raise my spirits no matter what I do. In the past, I worked hard to cultivate and break through to the next realm just to increase my lifespan. Master Hidden Official, remember to send some wine back for me every time you destroy a sect. Xiao Chua complained, you don't do anything and still want me to send you wine. You're so arrogant. Zhang Lu smiled and said, lazy people have good fortune. Xiao Chua frowned and asked, where did my disciple go? Zhang Lu joked, I really don't know about that. You can ask Hidden Official. Xiao Chua said in annoyance, seeing him annoys me. I gave him a few punches when I saw him. That kid is very vengeful, so I probably won't be able to get anything out of him. Zhang Lu rubbed his chin. Back then, the youth with the sword case and straw sandals left inverted Hanging Mountain and came back. Then, he became a hidden official. After that, Chen Pingan did not travel between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and inverted Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House through his old gate. He was not stupid, and neither was Zhang Lu. He hoped that Zhang Lu would change his mind, so he deliberately used this method to remind Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu pretending to know nothing was also a kind of reminder. This gate was the same with or without Zhang Lu. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and Savage World were the same with or without Zhang Lu, the Great Sword Immortal. In the end, the Sword Immortal of Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, came and had a drink with him. After confirming Zhang Lu's thoughts, he left with Lu Ji. Xiao Yunyan and Lu Ji did not ask Zhang Lu. Back then, Zhang Lu lost the Battle of the 13. His skills were inferior, but Zhang Lu did not have any grievances. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhang Lu did not care about life and death. In the end, Zhang Lu was put in charge of guarding the gate as a criminal. He did have some grievances against Vast World. Lu Qiqing shook his head and said, "Gu Kan, since you have become a direct disciple of White Emperor City, you don't have to worry about these boring things. If you can beat them, you can kill them. If you can't, you can just tell them your name." Gu Kan said, "It is a habit." Before Gu Kan left home, Zhu Lian found the Gu mansion in the capital. He was holding a charcoal cage and said that he was returning it to its owner. Gu Kan hesitated for a moment, but still took the charcoal cage. At that time, the ghost Ma Di, who was a talisman in fox skin, and Xing Yi, who cultivated the secret arts of the ghost Dao, were guests at Gu Kan's home. At that time, Zhu Lian smiled and said something strange. He said that he would be happy to go down the mountain, but there were many trivial matters in the mountain, so he would not disturb young Master Gu. Because the mountain master said that when Gu Kan return to his hometown, he would return it to him. The premise was that Gu Kan had Xing Yi and Ma Di with him. If he did not, the charcoal cage would be left at Luopa Mountain. In the future, he would pretend that it never happened. Gu Kan carried the charcoal cage and accompanied the stooped old man for a while until he reached the corner of the street. Later, when Gu Kan returned to the study at home, his master appeared and pulled out a small loach that seemed to have not gained sentience from the charcoal cage. He sneered and threw it back into the charcoal cage. Gu Kan was expressionless at that time. Later, when Gu Kan left his hometown, he did not take the charcoal cage with him. He only asked Ma Di and Xing Yi to send it to a mountain god residence located north of Dali's capital. His mother persuaded Gu Kan to go to the north personally, saying that his father was now a very high-ranking mountain god prefect. That mountain god temple used to be the immortal residence of the old Dali's mountain god lord, and had just been promoted to the crown prince of northern mountains Mount Biyun. It was equivalent to a promotion in the officialdom. In the Dali imperial court, he should be an assistant minister. How could a governor or a supervisor compare to him? You can't blame your father for not going home to see you. He has a lot of responsibilities and cannot leave his post without permission. Moreover, there are many rules on the mountain, and there are too many strange taboos. Therefore, as a son, you should visit your family and congratulate them. Gu Kan was silent, but he refused to nod. The woman secretly wept and did not want to persuade him anymore. As she wiped her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, she secretly glanced at her son's face. The woman really did not dare to persuade him anymore. That person appeared on the shore of the sea. Chai Bofu's heart tightened, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lu Qiqing also did not want to go over. Senior brother was a deity, and it was better to watch from afar. Gu Kan rode the wind and went there alone. He found the city lord of White Emperor City squatting by the sea and scooping up a handful of water. Gu Kan was puzzled. His combat power is not bad. However, with me here, the other party won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Lushui pit really doesn't care about these pearls and dragon saliva. Maybe they are not as good as some of the spiritual items on the shore. Every 100 years, the Lushui pit will hold a summer banquet. These things in the water have probably been piled up like a mountain. After a long time, they will be discarded again. The two landed on the top of a cliff at the Dragon Rest Stone. Gu-kan squatted down and touched the rock to familiarize himself with the terrain. Lu Qiqing said with emotion, "You think too simply of the world. The human heart and human nature are as thin as a piece of white paper. But if you think too much, you are asking for trouble. Knowledge is endless, and there is a limit to the limit. You can learn from anyone, but you just have to learn from Chen Pingan." Gu-kan said, "In this world, 1 Lu Qiqing, 10 Lu Qiqing, and 100 Lu Qiqing are all the same. But with or without him, the world is different. At least, it is so for me." Lu Qiqing didn't want to talk too much about Chen Pingan with Gu-kan. It would be easy for him to bear a grudge. Lu Qiqing suddenly laughed and said, "We have a group of immortals coming. Oh, there are also 2 beautiful sisters." Gu-kan glanced at Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing sneered and said, "If there is any chance, I will work like an ox for Brother Longbow every day." And that Brother Longbow is still looking for treasures in the mountain diligently, but he is destined to not be able to get a single snow. Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen, the old and new sect masters of the Jade Gui sect, left the mountain together and came to the border of the Great Quan dynasty in the center of the Tongyi continent. Both parties concealed their auras. After descending, they walked towards the inn near Hu'er town. Sun Yuan said, "They are willing to go alone. How strange." Jiang Shangzhen said with annoyance, "I didn't expect Madame Huanqi to be right under my nose, but I didn't even see her. I deserve to die." Sun Yuan said, "The 9-tailed celestial fox is best at hiding her aura. I didn't notice it before, but the Great Fu Academy found some clues long ago. That's why the gentleman, Zhong Kue, came here to stay." Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the small inn in the distance and said with a smile, "There are 3 good things in a wine shop in the wild: beautiful women, few drinkers, and local wine." Sun Yuan also looked a little nostalgic. He stroked his beard and smiled. Beautiful widow, knockout drug, long bench, and small sharp knife. These 2 old and new sect masters naturally had their own stories. An Ascendant Realm cultivator and an Immortal Realm cultivator came to the Great Quan dynasty at the same time to confirm the true thoughts of Madame Huanqi. It would be best if she could be used by the Jade Gui sect. That was why Sun Yuan took Jiang Shangzhen with him. Dealing with women was Jiang Shangzhen's innate ability since he was in his mother's womb. Sun Yuan suddenly changed his mind. "I'll go to the capital of the Great Quan dynasty first." Jiang Shangzhen didn't care. After the old sect master shrank the mountains and rivers, he took out an oil paper umbrella from a nearby object. After a few steps, dark clouds covered the sky and it started to drizzle. He walked with the umbrella. As he walked, the magic robe on his body shone and changed into a green robe. Scholars had many encounters with women, so it was true. A shabby poster hung outside the shop. Jiang Shangzhen missed the lotus flower-blessed land. He wondered if his good friend, Lu Fang, had resolved the knot in his heart. An old hunchback sitting at the door of the kitchen was smoking a pipe and smacking his lips. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the customer who entered the house and put away the umbrella. A limping young man was wiping the table. He was a little surprised that the dog outside was taking a nap. He muttered that the customer had arrived, but it didn't inform him. He could really kill it and stew it. He only caught a glimpse of the oil paper umbrella in the customer's hand and then looked at the hazy rain outside. He cursed the changing weather. Facing the customer, the young man immediately put on a smiling face. "Dear customer, do you want a meal or a place to stay? Our green plum wine and roasted whole lamb are the best. The price is fair, but the wine is divided into 3 types. After drinking for half a year, you won't lose out. After drinking for 3 years, you won't want to leave. After drinking for 5 years, there will be no more wine in the world. Jiang Shengzhen directly asked for a jar of 5 years' wine and a roasted whole lamb. If there were side dishes to accompany the wine, he would bring a plate of each. The young man beamed with joy. The old hunchback opened the curtain and went to the kitchen. When the waiter brought the wine to the table, Jiang Shengzhen asked with a smile, "I heard that it's not peaceful here. There are evil things in the town." The waiter was stunned and remembered the time many years ago. He smiled and said, "Dear customer, you're talking about your town. There are no evil things, and it's very peaceful now. Besides, there's Guijiajin town next to it. It's a place full of yang qi, so no one died when your town was haunted." "Dear customer, why do you ask?" Jiang Shengzhen pointed at himself and said, "Can't you tell?" The young man asked tentatively, "You're not short of money?" Jiang Shengzhen smiled and said, "I'm a cultivator on the mountain. I go wherever there are demons." The young man's eyes lit up. "A cultivator? You know the magic of immortals? Do you know how to pass through walls? Why don't you try it now?" Jiang Shengzhen touched his forehead and said, "The magic of immortals shouldn't be revealed. It's not easy to pass it on." The young man immediately lost interest. A bunch of **t, which was equivalent to saying nothing. Besides, the young man had never seen an immortal who would flatter himself. This guy could talk nonsense, but if he dared not pay, he would kill him. Jiang Shengzhen asked, "Where's the innkeeper?" The more the young man looked at this guy, the more he looked like a swindler. He had already begun to calculate how much he could pawn off his clothes. He said, "The lady boss went to your town this morning and hasn't returned yet. There's a temple fair there, and it's very lively. But in this terrible weather, I think the lady boss will return early today. If you stay here, you'll definitely see her." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jiang Shengzhen burped and patted his stomach lightly. He turned his head to look. There was a beautiful woman at the door. She had borrowed an oil paper umbrella from your town and was running back. She wore a yellow button-down shirt and a pair of embroidered shoes. Although Qin Yuanji had paved a green brick path in the courtyard, he still liked to go up and down the mountain to practice the six-step stance. To the north was the territory of Luopa Mountain, Huimeng Mountain. It was not as tall as Luopa Mountain, but it was bigger than Luopa Mountain. There were only 3 people there. One of them could not speak the small town's dialect and only spoke the Dali official language. His surname was Dugu, his real name was unknown. He used the name Xiao Poxian. He was accompanied by a servant girl called Meng Long who was always by his side. She was very arrogant. There was also a sister called Shiqiu. She was gentle and had a soft heart. Pei Qian naturally preferred the latter. At the westernmost sword reverence terrace, a man called Cui Wei practiced his sword. He did not like to talk and never went down the mountain. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu would occasionally go to the Dragon Rider Alley to help. Cui Wei was a golden core bottleneck sword cultivator. He came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was brought back by the Big White Goose. Pei Qian was very clear of the importance of a golden core earthly immortal sword cultivator in Aquarius continent. Sister Xiu's Dragon Spring Sword sect was an immortal sect. Master Wan had taken in 2 batches of disciples. Currently, there was only one golden core that held the opening ceremony. And that Dong Gu was not a sword cultivator. Of course, this was because Sister Xiu did not like to be in the limelight. But Cui Wei was always courteous to old chef. He was courteous to the point of respect and even fear. It was a strange thing. Did old chef put arsenic or laxatives in Cui Wei's rice bowl or wine jar? Although old chef had indeed taught the embroidered river deity a lesson, but Cui Wei was a golden core sword cultivator. He did not need to be so reserved. Lu Zhongruan brought the direct disciples of the Patriarch Hall from Book Lake and Pearl Hairpin Island. They rented the crayfish back from Luopa Mountain. Both parties had a harmonious relationship. Pei Qian admired this Aunt Lu a lot. According to Old Chef, she was the princess royal in name and in reality. Pei Qian had read about this kind of things in books before, but now, she had really done it. A few years ago, Lu Zhongruan had personally become the manager of the Dragon Boat Ferry. She sold immortal goods from Spring Dew Garden to Oxhorn Mountain. This Aunt Lu was loyal and professional. She earned a lot of money. According to Nuan Shu, Luopa Mountain's money vault would receive a large sum of immortal money every season. The money earned was second only to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and Wei Shan Jun. Compared to the two shops in Riding Dragon Alley, the money earned was much more. Sometimes, Pei Qian would go to Riding Dragon Alley and see Shi Rou. She could not help but sigh. She was embarrassed for Shi Rou. How could she be the manager of a shop? Moreover, during every festival, Nuan Shu would go to the Dragon Spring Sword section Xiu Mountain, Mount Gray, the Sword Reverence Platform, and of course, Crayfish Back. He would visit and give gifts. They were all specialties of Luopa Mountain. The gifts were light, but the feelings were heavy. The sisters of Crayfish Back would also return the gifts. Pei Qian would always follow Nuan Shu. In the past, Xiaomi would also join in the fun, but now, her guts were smaller than the eye of a needle. She loved to stay on Luopa Mountain and refused to leave. Every time, she would find excuses, such as spraining her ankle or having a toothache. Later on, her little brain, which did not like to think, was probably really hurting, so she secretly went to look for Old Chef. In the end, she got a big piece of paper filled with a long list of excuses, such as checking the almanac. It was not suitable for a water-type great demon to travel far up the mountain today. This made Xiaomi overjoyed. Every day, she would ask Nuan Shu why she was not coming down the mountain to visit them. Pei Qian secretly hid that piece of paper one day. The little girl, who would take a look at it every day before she went to bed, was dumbfounded. She was so anxious that she even searched the square near the Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall, the entire Luopa Mountain's main path, as well as all the secluded paths of various sizes. In the middle of the night, the black-clothed little girl opened her eyes wide and stared hard at the path under her feet. Pei Qian kindly helped her, but Xiaomi did not dare to say what she had lost. In any case, Pei Qian followed Zhou Mili and strolled around. Although Xiaomi had two short legs, she ran very fast. In the end, Zhou Mili teared up and said to Pei Qian, "Let's search again." However, Xiaomi quickly changed her mind and said, "If Branch Master is tired, you can sleep first. I'll look for it myself. I'm very familiar with the path." Pei Qian made a gesture with one hand and stomped his foot on the ground. He spoke a bunch of nonsense and then whispered the word "Imperial." With a twist of his wrist, the piece of paper appeared in his hand. Xiaomi, who was stunned and opened her mouth wide, first clapped vigorously, then jumped up, grabbed the piece of paper and hid it in her sleeve. On the way home, she chattered around Pei Qian and asked him what kind of immortal magic this was. Why was it so effective? Did she ask him to come to her house as a guest? If it was possible, she asked the branch master to use his magical power and send the mountain master home together with the imperial edict. There was a big snake in Yellow Lake Mountain. Chen Lingjun used to go there to play. Sister Zhou, Er's master, the old Taoist Jia Qing, originally left the straw shop and went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate. It was said that he inexplicably broke through the realm. According to Chen Lingjun, the old Taoist was so happy that he roared by the lake, making countless birds leave their branches and fish dive to the bottom. When Taoist Jia Qing came to Luopa Mountain, the old chef gave him a sum of congratulatory money. The old Taoist declined several times, saying that he couldn't accept it. After all, it was not a gold formation pill. They were all family, so there was no need to spend so much money. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. When he saw that the old chef was about to go with the flow and not give the red packet, the blind old Taoist seemed to have opened his eyes. He took the first step and accepted the red packet with 2 small coins. He stroked his beard and smiled, muttering that it was difficult to refuse such kindness. Pei Qian took a deep breath and said to his 2 good friends, "You don't have to send me off." Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the rope of the bamboo box in the other. He ran all the way, jumped high, and jumped off the cliff. The mountain wind whistled in his ears. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's most likely a chess piece that Gu can buried for many years." He felt that the time was right, so he came to pay his respects. "What a coincidence, I was just about to go to Clear Wind City's Su family to try my luck. It's not good to be disgusted by people all the time. It's my turn to disgust others." Wei Pai said, "No hurry, I'll go meet this person first." Zhu Lian smiled and said, Thank you. I'll help you ask Wanchu for melon seeds later." Wei Pai turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian looked at the sky, at the scene of snow, and muttered, "Shirsi hasn't recited a poem in a long time on the back of a donkey in the wind and snow. Shirsi has always been there, wind and snow often, but there's no donkey. Even if there is, it should be Pei Qian leading it to the pugilistic world." Zhu Lian smiled knowingly. The next time the young master returned home, he would probably be even more unwilling to feed Pei Qian. Li Huai packed up his belongings. It was very simple. He carried a large bamboo box, bottles, dry food, and salted vegetables. He did not bring any of his treasures. In the pugilistic world, crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. It was better to keep a low profile. He went to the medicine shop to say goodbye to the old man. Old Yang gave Li Huai a set of clothes. It was a long green robe, something like bamboo gauze, a jade tablet without inscriptions, and a pair of boots. Li Huai did not want to accept it at first. The shop's business was a little too quiet. It was not easy for the old man to make some money. He guessed that after so many years, he had not accumulated much. His father was not in the shop, and Uncle Zhang had also traveled far away. The 2 new disciples of Su Dian and Shiling Mountain had also left. Li Huai was really worried. He was too embarrassed to accept the old man's things. However, the old man said that if Li Huai did not want it, it was fine. "Please give it to the guy behind the counter in the front room." Li Huai almost lost his temper. If not for the fact that he was a Confucian disciple who had to act like a scholar and be more refined, Li Huai really wanted to put a gunny sack over his head and give him a good beating. This was the first time Pei Qian came to the Yang family's shop. This was the first time he met old Yang. The young girl sat on the bench opposite him respectfully. Her posture had already started to become slender. She was slightly thin and her skin was slightly dark. She was indeed not a very good-looking girl. When Pei Qian entered the backyard, he saw the old man sitting on the steps. Li Huai squatted beside him and stretched out his hand to strangle the old man's neck. He did not know what Li Huai was muttering. Pei Qian remembered his master's teachings. If it was not necessary, he was not allowed to peek into other people's minds. Old Yang looked at the young girl and said slowly, "Qi Jingchen sat on this bench before. Your master also sat on it before." Pei Qian, who was sitting upright, nodded slightly. However, Li Huai slapped the old man's head and imitated Zhou Mili's words. Hey, hey, hey. Acting all mysterious. So what if you're older? You're scaring my friend. Ha! Pei Qian glared at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately touched the old man's head and smoothed his hair. The old man was already used to it and did not take it seriously. Of course, Li Huai was the only exception. What if it was Heavenly Lord Xie Shi or Sword Immortal Chao Shi? The old man said, "You can go now." Li Huai and Pei Qian walked to the bamboo curtain together. Li Huai turned around and said, "Old man, I bought a big bag of high-quality charcoal and put it in the side room. It's winter. Don't be so reluctant. It's not your money." The old man nodded. Pei Qian bowed slightly and cupped his fists. The old man nodded again. This year, this month, this day. 686, Osmanthus Island finally returned to Old Dragon City. They slowly docked at the island outside the city. The journey back was considered smooth sailing, which made them feel relieved. The three of them left the Gui lineage courtyard. Wei Jin carried his sword on his back, Miyu carried his sword, and a wine gourd was tied around his waist. Wei Wenlong, on the other hand, was empty-handed. There was a sea road between the island and Old Dragon City. Osmanthus maiden Jin Su sent the three of them off under the instructions of her master, Madame Gui. She brought them to another ferry port in Old Dragon City. They would change boats there and follow the dragon path to the center of the Aquarius continent. Between the sea and land crossings in Old Dragon City, there was a long street that belonged to the Sun family's ancestral land. The Fan family's chief consecrator, Ma Ji, who was originally in charge of Osmanthus Island, wanted to call for a carriage but was rejected by Wei Jin. Jin Su admired the young sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple's immortal platform from the bottom of her heart. She first asked for his help before rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons. Sword Immortal Wei was the youngest immortal of the Upper Five Realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. Jin Su was certain that once Wei Jin returned to the Wind Snow Temple from his trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Wind Snow Temple would definitely gain a great reputation. According to some rumors that had spread in the early years, no one knew if they were true or false, but the rumors were very exaggerated. It was said that Wei Jin was able to cultivate at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was able to focus on nurturing his sword, and he received unique treatment. He was neighbors with the strongest swordsman at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, an old immortal. They had 2 thatched cottages, big and small. It was said that Wei Jin would often be taught swordsmanship by the old immortal. This had won a lot of gossip for the Qi cultivators of the Aquarius continent. Every time they talked about it, they would feel honored. Nowadays, whenever the continent's cultivators talked about sword cultivators, they would inevitably talk about Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin. Our Aquarius continent is the smallest among the 9 continents, but isn't our fellow countryman, Wei Jin, an outstanding existence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi filled with sword immortals? Some immortal masters even began to think that once Qi Jin, the heavenly lord of the Divine Bulletin sect, ascended or went into seclusion for a long time and stopped caring about worldly affairs, then the next leader of the immortal families would most likely be Wei Jin. Once Wei Jin became an immortal, he would become the first great sword immortal in the history of Aquarius continent. By then, the power of the heavens and earth would be on his side, and his attainments in the great Tao would be immeasurable. As for the 2 unknown friends of Wei and Jin, Jin Su could only treat them with courtesy. It was said that they were both Taoists who were only one step away from becoming Earth Immortals of Gold Core Realm. In the courtyard of the Gui lineage, Jin Su would occasionally accompany Lady Gui and the 3 of them to brew tea and discuss the Tao, and noticed some slight differences. The guest with the surname Wei was more reserved, and was not good with words, but was extremely interested in the local conditions and customs of the Aquarius continent, and rarely took the initiative to ask. All of them asked about the business direction of the few big families in Old Dragon City, and how to earn money, as though they were disciples of the Shang family. On the other hand, young Master Mi, who looked like an immortal in a book, did not seem to care about anything. On both sides of the road, the cultivators on the mountain had created a lotus-like landscape. Miyu laughed. You have to mention it, you deserve to be a bachelor, Sword Immortal Wei. How many Sword Immortals are there in the Aquarius continent? As a Sword Immortal, you are still so young, yet you don't have many female friends. I really don't know if the fairies in the Aquarius continent have bad eyesight, or you, Wei Jin, are not enlightened. Don't tell me that every time you walk up and down the mountain, you will stick a note on your forehead with the words "I don't love women" written on it. Come, Sword Immortal Wei, don't be shy, we are all family, quickly take out that note, and let me and Brother Wei broaden our horizons. Wei Jin laughed. I really don't have such a note, sorry to disappoint Sword Immortal Mi. Jin Su only knew that the three of them were conversing telepathically, but she did not know what they were talking about that made them so happy. A carriage stopped in the middle of the road, and after it stopped at the shore of Osmanthus Island, a young laurel man walked down, with a jade pendant that said, "Old Dragon brings rain," hanging on his waist. It was the young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua. After seeing Wei Jin and the rest, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Junior Fu Nanhua greets Sword Immortal Wei. Wei Jin nodded. I won't be visiting the city, I have to hurry. If not for Osmanthus Island's Jin Su standing beside him, Wei Jin might not have spoken a word. In the pugilistic world, Wei Jin could chat happily with the boors of the pugilistic world, but he could not be bothered to get close to the people on the mountain. Fu Nanhua stepped to the side and gave way, and smiled. I dare not disturb Sword Immortal Wei. This junior has come because of your reputation, it is actually very rude of me. After walking out of the sea road, the group of them rode the wind and headed to the next ferry. Miyu clicked his tongue. Wei Jin, you have so much face in Aquarius continent. Wei Jin laughed, scolding people? At the ferry, someone recognized Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal, and there was an uproar. When Wei Jin landed, the passers-by gave way to this Sword Immortal. In Aquarius continent, where there were not many sword cultivators, an Earth Immortal sword cultivator was enough to be hailed as so-and-so Sword Immortal, let alone Wei Jin, who was a true Upper Five Realm Sword Immortal. So the passers-by in the distance were pointing and whispering. Those who were closer to Wei Jin took the initiative to bow. Miyu said again, there are quite a lot of people scolding you. Wei Jin said helplessly, Miyu, calm down. Why don't we board the ferry and find a secluded place midway and leave the boat, and have a spar? Miyu laughed. I am not stupid, we are both in the unpolished Jade Realm, but I can only defeat Spring Banner House's Sword Immortal Shao, and I cannot defeat Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal Wei. Wei Wenlong was even more helpless. You two Sword Immortal seniors can spar, why do you have to involve my master? The three of them bade farewell to Jin Su and boarded a ferry. Unlike Wei Jin, who lived in seclusion, Miyu still treated it as if he was traveling on Osmanthus Island, and was not willing to stay in his house. He liked to look at the mountains and rivers from the bow of the ferry, and laughed to Wei Wenlong. So in this vast world, other than islands, there are so many mountains. During the heavy snowfall, the ferry passed by a sect on the mountain. High cliffs, high buildings, immortal pavilions, row upon row. If one leaned on the railing and looked into the distance, there were strange pine trees and cypresses, and a few patches of green in the snow. It was very eye-catching. How many private houses could have such an immortal scenery? On the opposite cliff, there was a long-bearded guest in green. Standing by the cliff, there were 8 or 9 immortals, playing chess and watching. It was unknown who was the host and who was the guest. Looking down at the beautiful scenery that was unique to this foreign land, Sword Immortal Miyu seemed to be crying and laughing. Wei Jin rarely walked out of his house, and came to Miyu's side, and said, You said it yourself, in this Aquarius continent, there are not many Sword Immortals. You can travel around, drink some good wine, and then board the ferry. Miyu had already returned to normal. Forget it, there are no female immortals, there is no point in going. Wei Ji nodded. Dusk Cloud Mountain, Su family's Fox Country in Clear Wind City, Dolly's Eternal Spring Palace in the north, there are more female immortals. Miyu laughed and scolded, I am a romantic, not a pervert. After interacting with the young hidden official for a long time, Wei Wenlong, who had been influenced by him, suddenly said softly, this is doubtful. Wei Jin smiled knowingly. Miyu gave him a thumbs up, he was in a good mood. These words have some of our hidden official style. Miyu suddenly asked, go plant oranges, what is that? Is there a story to tell? Wei Jin was confused, he shook his head, I don't know. Miyu shook his head, Brother Wei, your knowledge is lacking. Wei Jin did not mind, and returned to his house to continue nurturing his sword intent. Wei Wenlong went to the ferry to buy the Landscape Gazette. Miyu leaned on the railing alone, thinking that he would soon be able to go to Luopa Mountain to eat and wait for death, and that he would be able to see the legendary Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon. Miyu's mood became better. But he did not know why the hidden official repeatedly mentioned the Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon, and every time he mentioned it, his smile was especially sincere. This was Li Huai's first cross-continent trip. Previously, he boarded the ferry at Oxhorn Mountain, and the heroic spirit puppets dragged the ferry through the sea of clouds, moving as fast as lightning. Every time there was a rainstorm, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The heroic spirit puppets refined by the Linen sect were like golden armor, shining in front of the ferry as if the sun and moon were pulling the big boat forward. Li Huai would never get tired of looking at it. Because there was no viewing platform in his residence, Li Huai often went to the bow to admire the scenery, and every time he was surprised. Pei Qian lived next door and did not like to go out. At most, she would lie by the window and look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Li Huai persuaded her several times to go to the bow with him, but Boss Pei said that she had been through thousands of mountains and rivers, and had seen all kinds of strange things. Instead, she solemnly reminded Li Huai to be careful when he went out alone, and not to take the initiative to cause trouble. However, he did not have to be afraid of trouble coming to him. If there was an accident, she would help to inform Steward Su. Li Huai looked at the old and wise helm leader Pei, who was practicing martial arts in the slightly narrow room while speaking in the old and experienced Jianghu language. He was greatly impressed, so he sincerely said some good words. As a result, Pei Qian, who was about to start copying books, gave him a get lost as a reward. Both Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator, and Pang Lanqi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, who had high hopes, were both appointed as the honorary offerings of Luopa Mountain. However, this matter was not widely publicized. Moreover, every time the ferry went back and forth, the ancestral hall of both sides would have a large amount of money. After all, the entire Skeleton Beach and Spring Dew Garden's first line of business almost included the entire southeast of the North Continent. Many of the big and small immortal mountains were secretly related to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain sat on half of the Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Every time the cross-continent ferry went back and forth between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City, close to 10% of the profits would fall into Luopa Mountain's pocket once a year. This was a very reasonable amount of sharing. The Linen sect, Spring Dew Garden, and their allies and vassal mountains that needed to contribute people, energy, and materials, took 80% of the profits. Wei Pai, the lord of Mount Beiyu, took the last 10% of the profits. Therefore, Luopa Mountain and the Linen sect, which was located at the southernmost tip of the North Continent, could be said to have a gentleman's friendship. However, there was also a bondage of interests between the two sides. If the friendship could be recorded in the account book, and both sides could earn money, and as the business grew, the friendship would be very solid. The steward of the ferry, an old man surnamed Su, specially took out 2 first-class rooms to entertain the 2 guests. In the end, when the girl surnamed Pei asked about the price, she refused to stay no matter what. She said that 2 ordinary cabins would be enough. She even asked the old steward if it would be troublesome to change cabins at the last minute. Not only would the first-class rooms be empty, but she would also cause the ferry to lose 2 cabins. The old manager was used to doing business, and he had already trained a pair of discerning eyes. Seeing that she was sincere and not being polite, he did not mince his words. The immortal masters who came to the Aquarius continent to do business had a long journey. As long as they had a good house to stay in, they would not lack the immortal money. This was especially so for the immortal disciples near the capital of Dali. Nowadays, they all loved to travel to the North Continent. Each one of them was more generous than the other. Therefore, they did not have to worry about the expensive cabins being empty. However, the linen sect really did not care about earning this kind of money. After that, the young girl added that she really appreciated the senior's good intentions, but the difference was too great. If they occupied 2 of the best rooms, it would cause the hemp sect to earn less money. She came out to suffer hardships, not to enjoy life. If her master found out, she would definitely be punished. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to move. The old man smiled and gave the girl a wooden token that read "Little Summer." He said that with this token, she could use it to buy an item worth 1 little summer at the immortal shop on the ferry, Void Hatred Lane. The old man did not give Pei Qian a chance to refuse. He took advantage of his seniority and said that if she did not accept it, it would hurt their relationship. The girl said that she did not dare to refuse an elder's gift. She took the wooden token with both hands and bowed to the old nascent soul cultivator who was of high seniority in the linen sect. The ferry manager's surname was Su, and his name was Shi. He was an old nascent soul cultivator from the linen sect. The shopkeeper of Void Hatred Lane was surnamed Huang, and his name was Xinyu. They were old friends who had been neighbors for almost 300 years. In fact, not long after Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the ferry, the 2 friends who had nothing to do started talking about the 2 children. The old nascent soul cultivator said that compared to the previous Chen Lingjun, the girl was young, but she was much more experienced. However, he did not know how Pei Qian would use the wooden token that was worth 1 little summer. Shopkeeper Huang was overjoyed. A customer who earned a little summer from the ferry as soon as they boarded the ferry, and more importantly, he could earn a favor. It was rare. At the same time, he spoke a few good words for Chen Lingjun. He felt that the kid was not bad. Now that they were familiar with each other, it would be fun to chat with him again. Outside of the small talk, shopkeeper Huang also had a serious question. He asked his old friend if Luopa Mountain looked down on his small business. Otherwise, why would they talk about it later when he said that he wanted to open a store on Oxhorn Mountain? Luopa Mountain clearly had many empty stores, but they said that they would discuss this matter later. They only verbally promised to leave a store with the best location for him. Shopkeeper Su smiled and comforted his good friend. That young mountain chieftain was not at the mountain, and Zhu Lian, who was acting as the abbot, did not allow Void Hatred Lane to open a branch on Oxhorn Mountain for whatever reason. They definitely had their own considerations, but it was definitely not because they looked down on shopkeeper Huang and Void Hatred Lane. Luopa Mountain still had this bit of integrity, and they were definitely not people who would curry favor with those in power. That Zhu Lian treated people with watertight manners, and he was definitely not a short-sighted person. That was what his good friend said, and he actually understood the reasoning behind it. However, shopkeeper Huang could not help but feel gloomy after being rejected. All he could say was that Luopa Mountain had become even more prosperous compared to when they first met Chen Pingan. That young man had not been at their mountain for so long, so it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Would they become one of those immortal mountains that forgot themselves when they suddenly became rich? It was an invisible route that ran from the spring dew garden of the North Continent all the way to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. Apart from the hemp sect, spring dew garden, cloud stripping mountain, and Luopa mountain that had formed an alliance in the beginning, the Fan family and the Sun family of the old dragon city gradually began to join in. There was also a young man called Dong Shuijing. Afterwards, 3 descendants of generals with the surname of the Pillar State of Dali, Guan Iran of the Great Blasphemy Supervisor, Supervisor Chao of the Dragon Province of Dali, and Prefectural Governor Yuan temporarily only used their own names to do business on the mountain. In reality, the cloud-stripping mountain originally could have earned even more. It was just that Lord Wei of the Great Mountains had given it to Luopa Mountain. Shopkeeper Huang had never actually considered how to earn money on Oxhorn Mountain. Instead, he trusted the young man's character more. He was willing to take the initiative to form a good relationship with the thriving Luopa Mountain. The cultivators of the North Continent were filled with the aura of Jianghu. They cared a lot about their reputation. In the past few years, shopkeeper Huang had often boasted to his friends about how he possessed a unique insight. He was the first person in the entire North Continent to discover that the young mountain lord was anything but ordinary. Even sect master Zhu Quan paled in comparison to him in this aspect. As a result, the more this was the case, the more dejected the old shopkeeper felt. The divine money that could not be brought with him when he was born and could not be taken with him when he died was just like a passing guest living in someone else's purse. To a golden core cultivator who had no hopes of becoming a great cultivator, earning more or less was a trivial matter. He might not be able to drink and boast with others, but was there anything more important than that? There was none. One day, the two of them began to drink again. A woman who managed the specific business matters of the Void Hatred Workshop came over to talk to the two of them. After Su Shi heard everything, he joked, "Are those 2 kids collecting trash? Why aren't you stopping them? Is the Void Hatred Workshop so black-hearted to earn money? It's a good thing that I only gave them a small wooden token. Otherwise, after this incident, your Void Hatred Workshop can forget about opening a shop on Oxhorn Mountain in the future." Shopkeeper Huang said helplessly, "I didn't mention this to Water Caltrip because I didn't want to complicate matters. It's mainly because the workshop happened to be clearing out the inventory once every 60 years and found a large pile of old items. Many of them were actually muddled accounts. Old friends couldn't repay their debts, so they used items to repay their debts. Many of the items that were only worth 50 snow coins were accepted by the Void Hatred Workshop as a small sum of money. The woman in charge of the Void Hatred Workshop, who was nicknamed Water Caltrip by the shopkeeper, immediately understood the severity of the situation. She already had a way to remedy the situation. Just as she was about to speak, the highly respected elder Su smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything deliberately. Isn't this good enough? Later, get your shopkeeper Huang to use his status as an elder and claim to be Chen Pinggan's best friend. Give him an item worth a small sum of money. Otherwise, that little girl named Pei Qian won't accept it." At this point, the old man and Water Caltrip casually asked, "They bought a large pile of junk. Is there any possibility of picking up a bargain?" The woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. "We have a new shop assistant in our workshop. When he earns money, he doesn't even recognize his own family. He dares to sell anything and dares to ask for any price. The eyesight of the appraisers in our workshop isn't bad. Those 2 children also picked the cheapest ones. I reckon that if we continue to buy like this, by the time they get off the boat, it'll be difficult to buy 10 snowflakes with money. At that time, I'm afraid that our Void Hatred Workshop will be scolded as a black shop." Shopkeeper Huang had a strange expression. The woman smiled. If they didn't agree, it would be their duty. Miyu really didn't have the face to ask the Great Hui Sword sect to agree. Between the words, it wasn't just the self-proclaimed, embroidered pillow Miyu's mocking words. Miyu was indeed respectful to the Great Hui Sword sect. Wei Jin didn't like to affirm or deny the lives of others. Miyu was a genuine unpolished jade realm. The so-called flower frame was compared to the top sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, Miyu wasn't a 3-year-old child. Hence, since Miyu was so insistent, Wei Jin agreed. Wei Wenlong said that Luopa Mountain and Cloud-Splitting Mountain each occupied half of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Other than the North Continent's cross-continent ferry, there was also an ink-flipping ferry used to travel far and wide. Its true ownership had never been revealed to the outside world. The temporary manager was Lu Zhongruan, the island owner of Book Slip Lake's Pearl Hairpin Island. The woman was born a princess of a destroyed dynasty. That dynasty's secret vault once had a dragon boat and a water palace. They were all treasures on the mountain. Presumably, the ink-flipping ferry was one of the dragon boats. If Sword Immortal Wei didn't mind the delay, the three of them could take this ferry to Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Wenlong also hoped to see the flow of people on the ferry, as well as the loading and unloading of goods along the way. Wei Jin had no objections. Miyu was even more eager and excited. He was finally home, he finally found someone to rely on. He didn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The ink-flipping ferry's southernmost dock was located at the Yellow Mud Ferry, which was slightly north of the central part of the Aquarius continent. The name of the ferry didn't have any celestial aura. The origin of the name was already unknown. The neighboring ferry that was closest to the Yellow Mud Ferry wasn't any better. It was called Murongzhuang Ferry. There was a celestial mountain in Murongzhuang Ferry that was mostly populated by female cultivators. The Fisherman's Song Mountain cultivated the water spell. Most of the female cultivators were beautiful. The Fisherman's Song Mountain had already changed the name of Murongzhuang Ferry to Green Ku Ferry. However, all the cultivators on the mountain didn't appreciate it. Therefore, the village girls of Fisherman's Song Mountain went out for training and the celestial disciples of the invincible Divine Fist sect went out for training. Both sides were filled with grief and indignation. When they were close to the Yellow Mud Ferry, Wei Jin met another group of celestial masters who had a good relationship with the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin ignored them. An old celestial master shouted loudly. Wei Jin had no choice but to stop riding his sword. However, Sword Immortal Wei dismissed them with a few words. As a lone Sword Immortal, he had no intention of establishing a sect. There was no need for him to consider the ways of the world. Furthermore, the immortal masters on the mountain who were just short of being given the cold shoulder did not feel that Wei Jin was unreasonable at all after separating from him. Instead, they felt that Sword Immortal Wei's actions were in line with the bearing of a Sword Immortal as a cultivator on the mountain peak. Being able to converse with Sword Immortal Wei was enough to boast to outsiders. Naturally, Miyu would tease Sword Immortal Wei about his wide network of connections, reputation, and prestige. He also brought out Sword Immortal Xiao from Spring Banner House to bask in the sun. More and more records of Wei Jin's homecoming were recorded in the various mountain and river court reports. Wei Jin parted ways with Miyu and the rest at the Yellow Mud Ferry. Wei Jin didn't take the Black Ink Ferry, nor did he board the Hemp Sex Cross-Continent Ferry. The former Dragon Rider Ali's right protector, the current Luopa Mountain's right protector, Xiaomili's branch leader, Lord Pei, and her master, Lord Mountain, are many, many ranks apart. I've even specially asked Branch Master Pei whether I can take the initiative to greet him if I'm fortunate enough to run into him on the way. Branch Master Pei said that I have to do the roll call 100 times at the mountain gate before I can do it. Spilling the beans from a bamboo tube, the little guy reported a string of official titles without even taking a breather. Miyu's smile was resplendent. Look, this is the unique style of his Luopa mountain. Go to the F*King North Continent. Afterwards, a girl came down from the mountain practicing her martial arts. She did not greet the two of them when she saw them, only focusing on her martial arts as she made her way to the mountain gate. Wei Wenlong felt like the Luopa mountain was filled with mysteries. It really was the place of cultivation of Sir Hidden Official. There were huge pits created by people jumping off cliffs, a young man guarding the gate, a little incense master climbing the steps, and a girl practicing her martial arts without a care in the world. Miyu extended his hand. Stand on my shoulder. I'll give you a lift. The little incense master shook his head. Don't. If I'm not sincere, it'll be easy for Branch Master Pei to remember. Ma Am Meili is very impartial. The little guy continued to climb the mountain. Miyu and Wei Wenlong climbed the mountain slowly afterwards. Very soon, two girls ran over. One was in a pink dress, while the other was in black. The latter carried a small, golden pole. Wei Wenlong was rather impressed. Chen Wanchu ran down the steps with Zhou Meili, standing on the same step as Miyu and Wei Wenlong. Afterwards, Chen Wanchu bowed. Welcome, esteemed guests. Sword Immortal Wei of the Wind Snow Temple passed by earlier and mentioned this to Wei Shanjun. The house on the mountain has already been tidied up. Wei Pai appeared to one side and smiled mentally. Nuanshu, Meili, don't worry about it. I'll be in charge of receiving the guests. The two girls did not regard Wei Shanjun as an outsider and bade farewell. Wei Pai said. Sword Immortal Wei only said that two esteemed guests would be visiting, but he did not elaborate on their identities. I wonder if you can tell me. Miyu laughed. Great Wall of Sword Chi, Miyu. Inverted Suspended Mountain Spring Banner Houses Shao Yunyan's direct disciple, Wei Wenlong. According to Master Hidden Official's intentions, we can become Luopa Mountain's official residence anytime. Regarding Shanjun and Wei Pai, the young hidden official did not speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. You can be at ease. Thus, Wei Wenlong followed closely behind and took out a secret letter from his family and handed it over to the Aquarius Continent's Beiyu Mountain Lord. Wei Pai opened the letter. After reading it, he placed it back into the envelope with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he laughed. However, the little girl could learn the accounts of all the big businesses. If she did not understand, she could ask. When Wei Wenlong arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was already the accountant of Luopa Mountain. On the other hand, Miyu strolled around every day, followed by little Meili, who was carrying a carrying pole. Miyu could not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he finally knew why the hidden official's wine shop sold a kind of wine named Mute Lake wine. So it was because of this little girl. Miyu really did not feel that the days on the mountain were boring. It was very interesting. With Zhou Meili by his side every day, he was not bored at all. Today, Miyu accompanied Zhou Meili to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. He listened to little Meili talk about her adventures in the Jianghu. A sword immortal listened with great interest. The little incense stick came to the mountain again. She was very attentive and ran around the stone table, cleaning the melon seed shells. Wei Pai secretly said that the head butler of Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian, had left the mountain to travel. Miyu understood in his heart. As for the talisman puppet that looked like Zhu Lian, Miyu had already seen through it. Today, Zhou Meili talked about the Jianghu stories from yesterday's Red Candle Town to the Chongdan River, Yuya River, and Xiuhua River. She talked about the good places in each river in detail. In the end, she asked Senior Maze to go to the Chongdan River and Xiuhua River to play. It was just that the water in the two water deity temples were a little expensive. He could buy it from the nearby Tiefu River water deity temple, which was more cost-effective. Anyway, it was just burning water and did not violate any taboos. Miyu smiled and asked why the Jade Nectar River was missing. Little Rice immediately furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, "I've mentioned it before, haven't I? Senior Corn, have you forgotten about it? That's impossible. I'm famous for being smart. Sigh, there's no way I didn't mention it." In the end, the little girl saw that Senior Maze was smiling and did not say anything. She quickly waved her hand and said that they were not in a hurry to play in the Three Rivers. In the future, when Pei Qian and Qin Lingjun returned home from their travels, they could play together. The little incense puppet held back for a long time and said sullenly, "Go to the damn Yuye River." That bad woman almost caused Lord Mealy to. Zhou Mealy was anxious and slapped down. She cupped the back of her hand and covered the little guy. Then, she lay on the table and raised her hand a little. Looking at the little incense puppet, she frowned and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and reminded him, "Don't talk behind my back." Then, the little girl raised her head and laughed. She covered her mouth and said vaguely, "Senior Maze, I'll look at the almanac tomorrow. If it's time to go out, I'll take you to Mount Huimeng next door. I'm very familiar with it." Therefore, Shiro bought all the things on the table with her own money. As a female ghost wearing an immortal shed skin, Shiro actually did not need to sleep. However, in this small town, Shiro did not dare to cultivate diligently under the cover of night. As for some unorthodox and sneaky means, she did not dare to do so. She would be courting death. At that time, even without the Dolly Spy or the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, her own Luapa Mountain would make her suffer. Moreover, Shiro herself did not have such thoughts. Shiro was indifferent to the current time. Day after day, it seemed that every tomorrow was like yesterday. Except for occasionally feeling a little bored, Shiro was actually quite satisfied. The business of the shop was really ordinary. It was far less prosperous than the business of the shop next door. Shiro actually felt a little guilty. Shiro made a gesture and said silently in her heart. Then, she took off her clothes and turned into the true body of the female ghost. The shed skin was still sitting on the chair, motionless, as if the spirit of the dead had left the body and traveled far away. After Shiro regained her true appearance, she was wearing a colorful dress with a long skirt and big sleeves. Her figure was graceful, just like when she was detained by Fairy Luli. The credit for being able to travel far away was also due to Pei Qian. It was her who asked the big white goose for this little technique to leave the house for Shiro. However, Pei Qian reminded her that it would take at most an incense stick to burn. If it was too long, she might not be able to return. At that time, she would not care anymore. As long as the big white goose was not there, there was nothing she could do. The young man in white added with a smile. If she could not return, she would first slap her half dead. Didn't she like to look in the mirror? After that, she would lock her soul in the mirror and look as much as she wanted. Although Cui Dongshan was reprimanded by Pei Qian at that time, Shiro did not dare to not take it seriously. Shiro gently picked up a comb and groomed herself in front of the mirror. The her in the mirror now looked a little unfamiliar. This female ghost was softly humming an ancient ballad. Shaped like a skeleton, heart like dead ashes. Knowing the truth, not concealing it. The medium is obscure, unintentional but not conspiring. Who is she? After the Longquan Commandery was elevated to the Dragon Province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingxi, Baoxi, Sanjiang, and burning incense. The provincial governor in charge of the commandery was Wei Li, a provincial governor from the Huangting Kingdom. The descendant of the Yuan family of the Pillar Kingdom, Yuan Jingding, was the governor of Qingxi Commandery. Fu Yu, the former assistant to the first magistrate of Huaihuang County in the history of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, had already been promoted to governor of Baoshi Commandery. The other two governors were both from the Frigid clan and the capital. In this case, it's better to rely on yourself. You're only half a golden core cultivator, and it seems that it's enough for you to personally teach Xiao Wan. Unfortunately, you're afraid of trouble, and you're even more afraid of adding more feet to a snake. In the end, you'll be more of a hindrance, and you'll definitely make Mr. Cui unhappy. Xie said angrily, after going around in circles, you didn't say anything. Yulu smiled and said, at least you know and don't do anything. I didn't say anything and you didn't listen for nothing. Xie stopped talking. It was boring to argue with Yulu. Compared to Xie, who was focused on the beautiful and talented Zhao Wan, Yulu paid more attention to Zhao Xuxia, who was focused on practicing. Xie said, Zhao Xuxia said that he and Chen Pingan had an agreement of 500,000 punches. Now he is still short of 180,000 punches. You are a martial artist. Can you see how many punches Zhao Xuxia has? Yulu said, not many. Xie frowned and said, does that mean he killed himself? Yulu shook his head and said, you can't say that. Xie was puzzled and said, since Chen Pingan came here and taught Zhao Xuxia his punches, did he really just give him a training post and leave him alone? It doesn't seem like his style. Yulu smiled and said, don't worry. Chen Pingan must have his own plans. Xie said, is he going to blow up a mountain? Yulu shook his head and said, not necessarily. After that, Yulu took Xie to a dilapidated ancient temple at the border of Colorful Clothes Country and Shushui Country to rest. Xie took off his veiled hat and looked around. He asked, is this the place Chen Pingan told you that if you stay here at night, there will be a beautiful ghost? Yulu lit a bonfire and said with a smile, if you want to say that all men are bad, just say it. I will accept it on behalf of Chen Pingan. Therefore, the words that Xie had prepared were all useless. Yulu put his mountain staff on his knees and began to read a scholar's book. Xie hugged his knees and stared at the bonfire. If I remember correctly, when you first studied abroad, you and Chen Pingan seemed to like watching the night. Yulu laughed softly and said, I don't know what Chen Pingan is thinking. Just talking about myself, I don't really like it, but I don't see it as a hard job. The only annoying thing is that Li Huai in the middle of the night. Can you tell me? Xie said, you can tell me. I will forget after hearing it. Yulu said, Li Huai is timid and I am not very familiar with him. If I am on night watch, he will take me to a place far away. He will say that he is going easy on me. It's okay because it's a quick battle. If he is fertilizing, he doesn't want me to get too close, but he is also afraid that I will be too far away. He will ask me from time to time if I am here. If I answer, he will continue to do his work. One time, I was really annoyed by him and didn't answer. In the end, he was holding his pants and crying for me. When he saw me standing in the same place, he held his pants and went back to cursing. The scene is unbearable to look back on. Fortunately, Li Huai was still a child at that time. Xie said straightforwardly, disgusting. Yulu threw a dry branch into the bonfire and laughed. Every time Chen Pingan was on night watch, Bao Ping had a big heart. Even if the sky collapsed, with her youngest martial uncle, she could still sleep soundly. Yu and Lin Shui were already cultivators at that time, so it was easy for you to have peace of mind. I am the only one who has always been a light sleeper. I often hear Li Huai asking Qin Pingan if he smells good. Xie said, forget it, I beg you to change the topic. Yu Lu used the branch to gently poke the edge of the bonfire. In the early spring, tree branches were very humid. The sound of cracking could often be heard and water droplets would seep out of the branches. If it was a withered branch after autumn, it would burn easily and silently. Yu Lu's face was full of smiles. He said to himself, Chen Pingan would only reply that it would be better if it was a vegetable garden in the countryside, but it would easily attract the barking of dogs. Xie rolled his eyes. Yu Lu raised his head and looked at Xie. He said with a smile, I think that's not the only interesting thing. During that study tour, it was always this trivial. So don't blame Li Huai for being the closest to Qin Pingan. We can't compare to him, and Lin Shi is no exception. Lin Shi said that he doesn't hate Li Huai, but the only one who doesn't hate him is Qin Pingan. Xie laughed angrily, why would I hate this? Yu Lu looked at the ancient temple's gate. It creaked open, and a gust of wind blew through the hole. A pair of embroidered shoes stained with mud crossed the threshold. The owner of the embroidered shoes was a young girl with almond-shaped eyes and a round face. She was hurrying along with a lantern. Yu Lu laughed. Once bitten, twice shy. This young girl, one of the 4 demons of Combe Country, had improved. Behind the young girl was an elegant woman with a high hairstyle. She was tall and seemed to be a lady from a noble family. She had gotten lost in the middle of the night with her maid. The young girl glanced at the mountain walking staff on Yu Lu's lap. It was made of ordinary green bamboo, but just looking at it made her eyelids twitch. She suddenly stopped and asked, Sir, do you know Qin Pingan? Yu Lu nodded with a smile. I think I do. The young girl, whose real name was Wei Wei, stomped her foot and turned to leave. The tall woman followed suit and fled in panic. Apparently, she was extremely afraid of the green-robed swordsman named Qin Pingan. The night passed uneventfully. Yu Lu and Xie visited a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. Then, they went to Combe Country's Swordwater Villa. Finally, in the ruins of a battlefield at the border of the Zhuiying dynasty, they met a man and a woman who could be considered to be from the same hometown as them. They were the 2 shop assistants of the Yang family's shop, the young female warrior Su Dian, who was nicknamed Yanji, and her junior brother Shi Shan, who looked at all men in the world as if they were thieves. This was because Shi Shan was trembling with fear every day when he went out. He was afraid that the bastard Jing Dafeng's words would come true and he would call a certain man his senior brother's husband. Therefore, Shi Shan held back for a long time. He could only use the trump card that Jing Dafeng taught him. In private, he found the overly handsome Yu Lu and said that he was actually Su Dian's son and not some junior brother. In the end, Su Dian, who had sharp ears, punched him 7 to 8 feet away. The poor young man fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a long time. Miyu quickly found out the general details of this group of Eternal Spring Palace sisters. They told him everything on their own, so Miyu didn't have to beat around the bush. The delicate and pretty girl who changed her name to Zhongnan still liked to be called Clothes. She had just reached the middle 5 states of immortal, so she went on this trip. As for the other 3 female cultivators, the one who was the same age as Zhongnan was called Chu Mingjiao. She was born in a scholarly family in the capital of Dali. It was said that there was a knowledgeable Hanlan ghost in the ancestral house. He was the tutor of the family. Because he was called Elegant Ghost by Minister Guan, he was able to live in the capital for a long time. The girl named Lin Saifu was born. On the day of her birth, her mother, Yi Meng, came to her house to sell colored dragon boat festival talismans. She said that she was very close to the ancestors of the Lin family and should receive the talisman. Therefore, the girl was named Lin Saifu. There was also a girl named Han Bia. She was born in a family of generals in Dali. However, her ancestors didn't have a high position. The highest position they had was just a patrol inspector. However, in the family courtyard, the rattan flowers of the Han family were one of the most ancient flowers in the capital. When they bloomed, they looked like purple clouds hanging on the ground. The fragrance was strong. It was as famous as the peony in Baogwa Temple in Dali and the green tree outside Minister Guan's study. The three of them had not reached the cave realm. In the Aquarius continent, the immortals in the middle five realms, even if they were only in the cave realm, were already considered as the most precious among the immortals. In the vassal states, the demons and ghosts in the cave realm and sea viewing realm were already considered as great demons and evil ghosts. As for the old woman in the Dragon Gate realm, she was born as an immortal teacher in the Changchun Palace since she was young. The female chi cultivators of the Changchun Palace were not afraid of the love between men and women. Instead, they saw it as one of the essential experiences on the path of cultivation. Since they were going to the south to gain experience, of course, they wouldn't just go sightseeing. After Zhongnan returned home in glory, they would go to the border of Dali's vassal state, Wangting country, to arrest a painting demon in the Yunshan Temple of Huanghua County. On the wall of the guest house in the temple, there was an ancient painting with a long history. Every moonlit night, when there was no one in the house, the person in the painting would walk along the wall with the moonlight shining through the window. The painting demon often caused trouble on moonlit nights. Although it didn't hurt people, it affected the reputation of the ancient temple. Therefore, the Yunshan Temple and Dali's Ministry of Rites asked for help, and the Changchun Palace accepted the task. After that, they went to the Yunshui County of a small country that had surrendered to the Song clan. They needed to help an old immortal who was closely related to the Changchun Palace. Then, they went to the territory of the old Zhuiying dynasty to help a Dali general who died on the battlefield and guide his soul to return to his hometown. The last secret was to go to the immortal plateau of the Wind Snow Temple to buy a small piece of 10,000 years pine. This was the most difficult thing. The old woman didn't tell the four female cultivators in detail, and she didn't tell Yumi in detail either. She just hoped that Yumi could help her when she arrived at the Wind Snow Temple. Yumi agreed with a smile, saying that she would try her best. She didn't have a good relationship with the great sword immortal Wei. If Wei happened to be in the immortal plateau, she could be bold enough to ask for help. But if Wei was not cultivating in the immortal plateau, Yumi was just a mountain cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain. If she really met the old immortals of the military school, she would be timid. The old woman also said that she didn't dare to force this matter. It was enough that Yumi was willing to help her say a few good words. Their journey to the south was mainly about these four things. Some were difficult and some were easy. If they encountered fated chances or accidents on the way, it would be a training. With Yumi, a cultivator in the sea viewing state with a strong family background, the old woman was relieved. When they arrived at the prosperous Red Candle town, Zhongnan went to the bay of his hometown alone. For a boatman girl in the past, the bay and Red Candle town were two different worlds. A boatman girl from a lowly family couldn't even set foot on the shore road of Red Candle town. Once she violated the rule, she would be punished even more. She would be directly exiled to the border of Dali as a slave. Her fate would be worse than death. Miyu and others stayed in a post house. With the credentials of the Eternal Spring Palace cultivators, they didn't need to spend any money. After Miyu arrived at the inn of Red Candle Town, he glanced at the top of Chess Stool Mountain and shook his head. He didn't expect Wei Shanjun to be such a love-struck person. They were the same kind of person. No wonder they hit it off. When it was close to dusk, Miyu left the inn and took a walk alone. Although he only walked with the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace for a few days, Miyu discovered a lot of tricks. It turned out that immortal masters of the Eternal Spring Palace could be divided into different classes just by their backgrounds. Their words didn't reveal anything, but sometimes their expressions couldn't be hidden. For example, although Zhong Nan, whose nickname was Clothes, had the highest seniority, there was a boundary in the hearts of Chu Mingjiao, Lin Saifu, and Han Bia because she was a boatman girl from a lowly family and went to Eternal Spring Palace at the age of a young girl. Grandmaster Zhong Nan, who was about the same age as them, had invited them to go to the bay where small boats and pleasure boats gathered, but they all declined. Her action seemed to be kind, but it was also intentional. Miyu stopped and slowly turned his head. It was Chu Mingjiao and the other two who went out to enjoy the scenery and, coincidentally, met him. Just now, they noticed Miyu stop and began to choose a bamboo fan from a fan shop. Miyu went forward to greet them and then enjoyed the scenery with them. The beauty and scenery were not in vain. Anyway, he was sure that the people Wei Shanjun secretly missed were not them. In the small place called Yunshui County, in a stone chamber in the wild forest, the old immortal, who was at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, opened Miyu's eyes. There were actually cultivators in the world who cultivated themselves into a soul prison. The old cultivator was trapped in the stone wall for dozens of years. His long hair dragged on the ground like vines, and his skin was no different from wood and stone. Such a pitiful end was very rare. The reason why he was reduced to this state was because he obtained a true scroll of the rising of the white sun, but it was incomplete. He was unwilling to disclose his cultivation method, and his cultivation went astray. This was the helplessness of the cultivators in the mountains. Even if one had both the immortal bone and the immortal fate, as long as the immortal fate was not enough, and without the guidance of a master on the mountain, how could one talk about immortal ascension? The old cultivator had been trapped for many years. His body and spirit were haggard, and his soul was almost decayed. He could only send a message to a woodcutter in the mountains in a dream, and then let the woodcutter pass a message to the local government, hoping to send a flying sword message to the Eternal Spring Palace to help him. If the mission was successful, the messenger would be rewarded handsomely. Miyu was very sensible. After all, he was an outsider, so he did not go near the stone wall. He said that he would wait at the foot of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Golden Core realm was said by the old immortal to be, as long as one is lucky enough to complete it, the cultivator can directly reach the 5 states. It was the immortal Taoism that many earthly immortals dreamed of. The reason why he knew about these secrets was, of course, because Miyu had used the supernatural power of mountain and river observation. If he coveted this little bit of opportunity, it would be too humiliating for Miyu. The old woman of the Eternal Spring Palace was already prepared. She carefully took out a magic treasure-grade short sword from the wooden box, and then used the Eternal Spring Palace's secret method to kill the old immortal with her own hands. She then kept the old immortal's soul in a celestial treasure. It was a jade carving of a dragon that was used as a decoration weapon. It was an item from the emperor's tomb of the ancient Shu kingdom. It was taken by a Grand Master of the Eternal Spring Palace during an exploration of the ruins of the immortal mansion. This item was the best for nourishing the soul. The so-called reincarnation by killing was, of course, an excuse. How could reincarnation and cultivation be so simple? A mere Dragon Gate cultivator was not worthy of such treatment from the Eternal Spring Palace. The old cultivator also did not have the realm and foundation to talk about the reincarnation by killing to maintain a little bit of his natural spiritual aura. Without that vital natural spiritual aura, even if he was reincarnated, he was destined to be unable to remember his past life. In exchange, the old cultivator of the Eternal Spring Palace's Grand Master Hall would be given the incomplete scroll of Taoist magic. In the future, he could continue to cultivate in a vassal sect of the Eternal Spring Palace as a ghost and as a guest. If he reached the Golden Core stage in the future, he could be promoted to an honorary guest of the Eternal Spring Palace. Miyu sat on the branch of a big tree at the foot of the mountain, leisurely drinking the rice wine in the blade-strengthening gourd. He felt more and more that an ordinary celestial sect in the vast world was busy just dealing with the local government, the immortal inn, the immortal fairy, and the sects on the mountain. They had to speak human language when they met people, ghosts when they met ghosts, and immortals when they met immortals. One was in a county city where they encountered ghosts. 3 hunters were haunted by nightmares one after another. They were muddle-headed all day long. When night came, they would leave home to meet each other as if they were sleepwalking. After meeting each other, they would stand in the same place and complain to each other. The city god temple and the local god were also helpless. The old woman asked Martial Aunt Zhongnan to set up an altar and summon the immortal general. In the end, they managed to detain an old fox immortal of the sea-viewing realm. The old fox immortal wailed incessantly and poured out his grievances to the group of female immortal masters. He said that the hunter had killed dozens of his disciples and grand-disciples. If it wasn't for him stopping his disciples from taking revenge, the 3 hunters would have died a long time ago. Was it too much to be slapped a few hundred times? The old woman was too lazy to talk nonsense with the fox immortal. She wanted to use the thunder art to kill him. However, Zhongnan persuaded her in every way possible to make peace. The grudge was thus dropped. She did not forget to admonish the old fox. She hoped that he would cultivate well in the future and carefully find a place to stay in the fox cave. He must not be easily found by woodcutters and hunters in the marketplace. However, the old woman was not satisfied. She harshly reprimanded the old fox. The old fox could only cower. He said that he would give some silver as compensation to the 3 families. Zhongnan wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the old woman's expression, Zhongnan did not dare to say anything. In the end, she was privately reprimanded by the old woman. She could not be so soft-hearted when dealing with mountain spirits and ghosts. From beginning to end, Mi Jianxian only looked on coldly. He sat on the railing and drank wine. If the hidden official was here, the result would probably not be like this. However, the little girl named Han Bia made Miyu look at her in a new light. He muttered in his heart, it's enough that the old fox admitted his mistake. What's the point of returning the money? Miyu heard it clearly. After all, she was a sword immortal. Then, in the mountains far away from the smoke, they met a Dali army cultivator who went out to relax. It was a woman. She had a Dali border army standard war saber hanging from her waist. However, she took off her armor and changed into a brocade robe with narrow sleeves, black gauze pants, and a pair of small embroidered shoes. There were 2 pearls hanging from the tips of the shoes. They did not shine during the day, but at night, they shone like a dragon's eye. She met the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace in a viewing pavilion on the peak of the mountain. At that time, the woman stepped on the back of a kneeling mountain deity. The poor mountain deity was talking about a secret matter of an immortal master. She raised her head and drank wine. When she saw the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace, she wiped her mouth and threw the empty wine pot outside the cliff. She pointed elsewhere with her thumb. Her meaning was obvious. This place already had an owner. Please go somewhere else. The old woman frowned. Eternal Spring Palace had an immortal chant passed down from their ancestors. It could refine the morning glow and the moonlight. On the 15th day of every year, especially at midnight, they would choose a mountain peak with abundant spiritual energy to refine the moonlight. And this mountain was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate tonight. If he went elsewhere, the refinement of the moonlight tonight and the refinement of the morning sun tomorrow would be greatly discounted. The woman kicked away the mountain deity who had just been recorded by the Ministry of Rights. The latter immediately escaped through the ground. He would definitely not get involved in a fight on the mountain. (689) The Mirage City, the capital of the Great Quan Dynasty, was a rare beauty after the heavy snow. The Mirage City had many magnificent buildings, Taoist temples and monasteries were scattered all over the place. Therefore, the beautiful scenery was not during the snowfall, but when the snow melted, one had to climb up high to admire the snow. Overlooking the city, it was like a colorful glazed fairyland with flowing clouds and brilliant colors, sparkling and flawless. Jiang Shangjin and Madame Huan Sha entered this fairyland when the snow melted. However, the beauty of the world seemed to be unable to withstand a long look. Jiang Shangjin lost his interest as soon as he entered the city. Madame Huan Sha, on the other hand, was worried and did not have much interest in the scenery. Jiang Shangjin made an entry certificate with the name of Zhou Fei. This was a good name with great fortune. Jiang Shangjin wished he could change the name of Zhou Fei on the jade tablet. Unfortunately, as the sect master, there was still old Sun, who was like a supreme sect master, who could not tolerate sect master Jiang's childish behavior. The old man really did not understand the principle of an old horse being reluctant to leave and not provoking people. Madame Huan Sha was attached to Zhonyang, so she did not have to go through so much trouble. She was originally a descendant of the Yao family in the border army. Her father, Yao Zhen, was the old general who retired and became an official in the capital. He became the Minister of War of the Great Quan Dynasty. However, it was said that he had been ill for the past 2 years and rarely participated in the morning court and night duty. The young emperor specially invited several immortals to pray for blessings at the mansion of the Lord of Zhongyue and the palace of Buried River Baiyu. The reason why the old minister received such special treatment was not only that Yao Zhen was the backbone of the Great Quan army, but also because his granddaughter, Yao Jinji, was now the empress of the Great Quan Dynasty. After entering the city, Jiang Shangjin, who was wearing a scholar's robe and carrying a book box, poked the ground with the bamboo walking stick in his hand. Like a bumpkin who had just entered the capital, he smiled and said, "Zhonyang, do you want to go directly to the palace to visit the empress or go back to the Yao mansion to greet your father and daughter? If it's the latter, please be careful of the street wanderers." Madame Huan Sha was Zhonyang, but Zhonyang was not Madame Huan Sha. She had severed her own tail, which Sun Yuan had exclaimed was extraordinary, but in fact, it was on Yao Jinji's body. It had long since merged with the soul of the great Spring Empress to protect Yao Jinji, a junior who was blessed with providence. Apart from that, Madame Huan Sha was also trying to show her determination to the Dafu Academy. She had cut off the most fundamental part of her great Tao and fell from being an immortal to being a jade. If the world was in chaos in the future, she would stay out of it and not help either side. The woman wore a hedgerow to cover her face and asked softly, "How many days can sect master Jiang stay in the capital?" Jiang Shangjin said, "Reminisce about the old days, drink wine, go to that temple, and appreciate the 40 farts of Mount Nyo on the wall. Let's stroll around the Daoist temple and find an opportunity to meet Madame Chao Zhou, who was banished from 100 Flowers' blessed land. At the same time, let's see what old Sun is busy with. He seems to have a lot of things to do. Is 10 days enough for Zhonyang?" The woman curtsied and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jiang." The two then parted ways. It seemed that Zhonyang was going to visit the Yao family first. Old Minister Yao was actually in good health, but the Yao family had been too prosperous in recent years. He sat on the steps and said, "These years, I have asked around. There does not seem to be any Zhou Fei or Qin Pingan in Tongye continent. However, I have heard of Sword Immortal Lu Fang. Of course, I have only learned about the happenings on the mountain through some rumors on the streets and borrowed the mountain and mountain gazettes from a few immortal inns." Jiang Shangjin looked around and said, "Since you are already at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm, why are you still huddling here? The heroic spirit of those who sharpened their weapons in the Lotus Blossom blessed land has been worn away by the vast immortal aura of the world." Lu Zong sneered and said, "Otherwise. In your hometown, those immortals on the mountain can easily move mountains and overturn seas, especially those sword immortals. I am just a martial artist in the Golden Body realm. If I meet any one of them, I will die. How can I bear it? It is not worth it to exchange your life for some false reputation." Jiang Shangjin took off his book box and sat down. The Great Quan dynasty has always valued martial arts. They have been fighting with Southern Qi and Northern Jin at the border. If you rely on the Lu family of Great Quan and join the army to sharpen your martial arts, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? As long as you successfully enter the far travel state, even the Emperor of Great Quan will have to treat you with respect. When you leave the border, you will become a consecrated behind-the-scenes servant like Li Li died of illness back then. The capital of Great Quan is lacking in masters." Lu Zong shook his head and said, "As a person, you can't be a pitiful person who has no choice but to die. According to what you said, when I was in the Lotus Blossom blessed land, I could have found any emperor to rely on. Now, my life is a little hard, but it is very comfortable. Anyway, I have never neglected the matter of practicing martial arts. It should be Lu Zong's far travel state. It will take some time, but it will come eventually." Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "No wonder Qin Pingan respected you." Lu Zong smiled and asked, "That little sword immortal is from another continent, right? Otherwise, at such a young age, he must be quite famous in Tongyi continent. How is he doing now?" Jiang Shangjin thought for a while and said, "It is hard to say. As for this person who was sharpening the knife, of course, he did not speak the truth. It could even be said that he was talking nonsense. Otherwise, Jiang Shangjin would not have seen the name Lu Zong in the complicated spy report of the Jade Gui sect. In fact, after Lu Zong left the Lotus Blossom blessed land, he had been in the limelight many times. He had fought with the Qi refinement warriors many times. Now, not only was he an anonymous consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, he was also one of the people personally selected by the late Emperor of Great Quan, Lu Jin. In order to ensure that the new emperor could ascend the throne smoothly, he did not hesitate to put the eldest prince, Lu Tsong, who held military power in the north, under house arrest in the capital to recuperate. Lu Zong was the guardian of the vassal state's residence. He could be said to be the confidant of the current emperor. Jiang Shangjin could understand the self-protection skills of an experienced pugilist. After all, Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace did not have a good reputation in the pugilistic world of the Lotus Blossom blessed land. Previously, when they were chatting, it was because Jiang Shangjin was really bored and deliberately teased Lu Zong. For example, Qin Pingan once had a conflict with the third prince, Lu Mao, at Jionyang's Inn in Hure town. Not only did he kill the son of the Duke of Xin, Gao Shizhen, he also personally killed the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Wei Li. He was the archenemy of the two princes of Great Quan in the past. Qin Pingan also had a very good relationship with the Yao family. It could even be said that the Duke of Xin's residence had lost its hereditary title. Lu Tsong was under house arrest, the third prince, Lu Mao, and the Academy's gentleman, Wang Qi, were exposed. The fact that the current emperor was able to succeed in the end had a lot to do with Qin Pingan. With Lu Zong's status, naturally, he was not clear about these secrets of the palace. Lu Zong was talking nonsense over there, and Jiang Shangjin just listened. Lu Zong only lost because he did not know that Zhou Fei in front of him was actually the leader of the entire Tonggishao mountain. Even if he did once hear that the Jade Gui Sect's Jiang Shangjin was one of the Sword Celestial Lu Fang's good friends, Lu Zong would never have thought that a master of the Yunku Blessed Land, a peak celestial of the upper 5 realms, would be willing to waste 60 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to be the Spring-Tide Palace master. Was it fun for a celestial who could travel easily and enjoy the clouds and dew to roll in the mud? Lu Zong had descended from the blessed land to the vast world in his early years. He was no stranger to the scenery of the vast world. The cultivators here, like Eugenie, were all emotionless. Lu Zong had seen many earthly immortals, but none of them were as sincere as Eugenie. Lu Zong sighed, this world is indeed strange. I remember when I first arrived here, I saw with my own eyes that the water god borrowed the boat, the town god's night trial, and the fox demon attacked people. How could I imagine it in my hometown? No wonder I was treated as a frog at the bottom of the well by those banished celestials. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, these celestial beings are just that after seeing too many of them. On the contrary, it's more interesting to see the person who was born to tear down the beam. Lu Zong did not want to beat around the bush with this person and asked directly, Zhou Fei, why are you looking for me this time? Are you looking for help, or are you looking for old scores? If I remember correctly, in the Blessed Land, you were wandering among the flowers, and I was guarding a shabby shop. There was no enmity between us. If you care about our friendship and are really here to talk about the old days, I'll treat you to a drink. Jiang Shangjin said, forget about the drink. I only drink good wine. How much money can your martial arts club make? Don't worry, I'm really not here for you. This time, I traveled to the Mirage City with my friends and happened to hear about the famous Lu Zong. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect it to really be you. It seems that my luck is good now. Tonight, I'll go visit Chao Zhou's wife and see if I can see her face. Elder brother Lu, do you want to go on a night trip with me? With elder brother Lu's honor as a foil, I have more hope of winning the favor of Chao Zhou's wife. Lu Zong twirled his beard and smiled. Younger brother Zhou is still as elegant as ever. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, look at my scholar's attire. You can tell that I came prepared. Lu Zong smiled and asked, are you really just a passerby? Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, so, I'll have to trouble elder brother Lu to put away the boning knife in your sleeve. This kind of hospitality really scared me. Finally, they approached the central divine continent. Lu Qiqing was strangely silent all the way. After resting at the Dragon Rock, Lu Qiqing looked like he was half dead. Chai Bofu admired Lu Qiqing so much that he wanted to prostrate himself in front of him. If Gu Kan, that brat, was a person who was blessed in every aspect, then Lu Qiqing and he were genuine kindred spirits. Back at the Dragon Rock, Chai Bofu was busy picking up treasures on the mountain, showing his true nature as a mountain cultivator. Unexpectedly, a large group of cultivators came in a hurry. There were both immortal masters and mountain cultivators. They were divided into several big and small mountains. They hovered in the wind and rushed to the Dragon Rock, which had suddenly lost its restriction. Chai Bofu was not afraid of trouble. Lu Qiqing opened the restriction but did not close the door, allowing outsiders to be attracted by the strange phenomenon. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. Even if Lu Qiqing's pure Jade Realm cultivation base was not mentioned, just the name of White Emperor City was enough for the three of them to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, that person was at the Lushui pit. If something really happened, he would not leave them to die. After all, there was Gu Kan, his new direct disciple. Then, on the Dragon Rock, an old fisherman with a bamboo hat and a green raincoat suddenly appeared next to Chai Bofu. He had a green bamboo on his shoulder, and 2 light golden carps were hanging from his cheeks. It was the fishing immortal of the Lushui pit mentioned by Lu Qiqing. There were several lone riders of the South Sea in the Lushui pit, but there was only one fishing immortal, whose whereabouts were always uncertain. Chai Bofu was just about to stand up and show respect to this senior on the path of cultivation. However, the old fisherman glanced at him, and Chai Bofu immediately stopped moving. The old fisherman waved his hand to those Qi trainers who heard the news, indicating that this dragon rock was not something they could covet. A fishing immortal of the pure jade realm who was close to water was in his own dragon rock, surrounded by the sea, which was a great deterrent. If the resting dragon stone did not have this old fisherman overseeing it, it would only be occupied by a few tired flood dragons who had just returned from the rain. This group of immortal masters who were used to the sea breeze could use all kinds of spells and divine abilities to ruthlessly plunder the resting dragon stone. Previously, on the way to the north of the Baopian continent, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, no matter if she was a female cultivator on the mountain or a woman in the marketplace, he would go up and tease her. The key was that Lu Qiqing, this pervert, did not do anything. What was he after? On the peak of Dragon Rock, Gukan finally smiled and said, "Long time no see." Li Lu nodded and said, "Not bad." Gukan nodded and could not help but smile. Because Gukan remembered some things from his childhood. Back then, in addition to being a follower of Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang, he actually liked to wander around by himself. When he encountered old and strong scoundrels, he could only run away and talk a little. However, in the shabby house in the westernmost part of the town, there was a peer called Li Huai, who was one of the few pitiful people that Gukan could bully back then. Li Huai could not win against him in scolding and fighting. Moreover, Li Huai was a good person and did not like to complain to his family, so Gukan would go there to play from time to time. In the end, on a snowy day, when there was no one around, when he was stuffing snowballs into Li Huai's collar, he was bumped into by Li Huai's sister. As a result, Gukan was lifted by the thin and weakly Lu with one leg and his head on the ground like a broom. After sweeping the snow in front of her house clean, she casually threw Gukan on the ground. Gukan was dizzy and got up. After running far away, he cursed Li Lu, saying that he would go back and ask Chen Pingan to bully her. Little girl, when the time came, he would let Chen Pingan ride on her and beat her to death. "Let's see who would dare to marry her in the future," Gukan asked. "I heard that you went to the North Continent." Li Lu nodded. She looked at Lu Qiqing, who was at the foot of Dragonstone Mountain. Gukan said telepathically, "He is the junior brother of the White Emperor City Lord. Be careful. Although Lu Qiqing has a nasty mouth, he won't really do anything." Li Lu glanced at Gukan. "You have changed a lot." Gukan smiled. "It's okay." After that, Gukan was also shocked. She subconsciously rode the wind and flew several feet higher. Because when Li Lu stomped her foot, the entire dragon stone instantly shattered. It did not slowly sink into the sea. Instead, the entire mountain was directly shattered. In an instant, the vast world lost the dragon stone that belonged to Lu Shui Pit. Wei Taizhen swayed and quickly rode the wind to hover in the air. The fishing immortal who was guarding this place for Lu Shui Pit did not say anything. Chai Bofu was almost scared out of his wits. Lu Qiqing turned his head and looked at the young woman in a daze. Li Lu asked, "Do you want to die?" Lu Qiqing felt wronged. "My senior brother is not far away." Li Lu asked, "Oh. Then I will help you call Jingzhuzhong." The White Emperor City Lord's real name was Jingzhuzhong, and his courtesy name was Huaixian. However, in the vast world, how many people dared to call this big shot of the demonic path by his name? Li Yuan said, take Shen Lin's decree and my jade token with you. If the great Yuan dynasty is blind enough to block your way, take them out. It won't be too late to return them the next time you cross the river. Chen Lingjun hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had no choice. Chen Lingjun was already afraid that a sage-like old Daoist from the Chongxian agency would suddenly appear and slap him to death. Chen Lingjun decided to find a way to boost his courage. Otherwise, his legs would be a little weak and he would not be able to walk. After thinking for a long time, he asked Li Yuan, you don't know that my master is one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world. I've learned some superficial knowledge from him. I'll show you, lest you think I'm bragging. Li Yuan raised his hand. Don't. Take it as a brother begging you. I don't want to hurt my eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Lingjun had already started to shake. He stood on one leg and twisted his arms backward. He leaned forward and asked, what do you think of my great rock spreading wings? Li Yuan said angrily, you're blind. Chen Lingjun laughed loudly. He carried the bamboo box, held the mountain traveling staff, and floated away. Li Yuan sat cross-legged. Without turning his head, he sneered. Little heavenly lord of the Chongxian agency came so quickly. Why are you finding trouble with my brother? If you dare to make a move on Chen Lingjun, don't blame me for flooding the Chongxian agency. A young scholar in black holding a folding fan walked up to the clouds. A small yellow silk bag was tied to his waist. The colorful clouds overflowed and were very eye-catching. This person sat beside Li Yuan. He closed the folding fan and gently tapped the palm of his hand. He smiled and said, Li Shuijing, you think too much. I, Yang Lumao, and that Chen Haoren are rare friends in the world. It's a pity that we haven't met since we parted in the Ghost Valley. I really miss brother Chen Haoren. Li Yuan was confused. Chen Haoren, brother Chen Haoren. That Chen Pingon. The scholar said, Chen Haoren and I are brothers of the same generation. Li Shuijing and Chen Lingjun are sworn brothers. Io, isn't my seniority over Li Shuijing for nothing? Li Yuan laughed. As long as little heavenly lord is happy. The scholar said, the rain dragon swings its tail in the dark clouds, carrying the blue sky and embracing the blue sky. Li Yuan said angrily, what, a poetry competition? The scholar laughed. Rather than a poetry competition with Li Shuijing, it's better to watch Chen Lingjun fight. Fighting with that Chen Haoren was the most interesting. Li Yuan suddenly took pleasure in his misfortune. Little heavenly lord, you're still at the bottom of the younger 10. The scholar nodded. Being at the bottom is good. There's hope. The North Continent came from the Qianglin sect. Not only did it select the younger 10, it also selected the younger 10 from the neighboring Aquarius continent. However, the cultivators of the North Continent were not interested in the latter. Because Qi Jinglong became the new sect master of the Taihui sword sect, he was naturally not in the new 10. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful of a sword sect. The Qianglin sect was worried that the nearby mountains would be flattened by the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. Most of the old faces were Lin Su, who was still in first place. The wild cultivator Huang Shi and the martial artist Xiao Yang, this pair of old enemies who almost fought to the death on Shuli Mountain, were still on the list. Yang Jinshan, who was already at the bottleneck of the far travel realm, Chongxian Bureau's little heavenly lord Yang Ningxing, and Water Scripture Mountain's fairy Lu Sui. As for the other two, they were expected by the crowd. The only exception was the girl. Everyone guessed that she was the Lion Peak's direct disciple who had appeared out of nowhere, Li Lu. As for Su Xian, who was heavily injured by He Xiaoliang, it was not difficult for him to be on the list. However, the Qianglin sect did not dare to include him. After all, Su Xian had become the laughingstock of the entire North Continent. As for the Aquarius continent, apart from the younger 10, there were also 10 substitutes. There were so many that the cultivators of the North Continent would probably feel sleepy just looking at them. Ma Kuxuan, the great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, one of the golden children of the Divine Grandeur sect, the bastard son of the Jiang clan of Yunlin, Jiang Yun, a young man of the Zhuiying dynasty who had been sleepwalking in the mountains. He had received the teachings of a deity and obtained a sword immortal relic. The scholar chuckled. There's actually no good brother. The Qianglin sect's bulletin really disappoints me. Li Yuan was a little confused. How did Chen Pingan provoke this young heavenly lord? With Chen Pingan's silly good temper, could it be that he had already suffered a great loss? The scholar said, I'm going to watch the show. I won't accompany Li Shuijing in the sun. I'm going to see Sword Immortal Wei. Li Yuan said, what's the Chongxian Bureau's intention? The scholar laughed. I'm Yang Mumao. How would I know what the Chongxian Bureau's intentions are? Li Yuan said angrily, aren't you despicable? How did a young heavenly lord become like this? The scholar laughed and flew away with the wind. There were actually only 2 people of the younger generation that could enter the eyes of the North Continent. The 10th realm martial artist of Dali, Song Zhangqiang, and the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, were indeed young. They were both around 50 years old. To the cultivators on the mountain, with their current realms, they could be said to be so young that it made one's hair stand on end. One of them was like the retired emperor of the Song clan, while the other was already a true sword immortal. It was indeed inappropriate to throw them into the list of the 10 young people. The Qianglin sect was not afraid of a pure Jade realm sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent. However, Wei Jin had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had been stationed there for many years. He must be familiar with the sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Qi Jinglong, the patriarch of the discipline, Huang Tong, and Shi Kai of the floating duckweed sword lake. This kind of relationship was not something that could be won by exchanging cups on the table. Moreover, in the eyes of the North Continent cultivators, there were only 2 types of sword immortals in the world. The heroes who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the good-for-nothings who had not. Even the great sword immortal Bai Shang, who was the number 1 person in the north, would be secretly mocked by the North Continent cultivators. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and left. He left the mountain traveling staff at the banquet. The lady of Chaozhou did not remind him. A sword light fell in front of the aquamarine palace by the buried river. He said to the female ghost gatekeeper, inform your lady of water god. Before the lady of the buried river finished speaking, the lady of the buried river who was eating a bowl of eel noodles had already noticed the sudden visit of a sword immortal. She was worried that her gatekeeper, who was a ghost, would be accidentally killed by the sword immortal because he was an eyesore. She had no choice but to come to the gate in an instant. Her cheeks were bulging, and she stepped through the gate of the mansion while cursing. Sword immortals were so great. How could they disturb her supper in the middle of the night? When she saw the ordinary-looking man, she burped and then asked loudly, what are you doing? The lady of the buried river smiled and said, my name is Zuozua. I am Chen Pingan's senior fellow apprentice. The lady of the buried river was stunned at first, and then her eyes lit up. She slapped herself in the face. It was not a dream. Maldiv ** Ker, the disciples of Old Master Wen Sheng are each more handsome than the last. On the bank of the great blasphemy in the middle of the aquamarine continent, Cui Dongshan was reading a book. Lu Qingfeng was eating a slightly cold and hard zongzi at the side, chewing and swallowing slowly. Cui Dongshan closed the book and handed the freshly printed book to Lu Qingfeng. I'll lend it to you to take a look. Lu Qingfeng took the book and flipped through the book while eating the zongzi. At first, he flipped through the pages of the book very quickly, but he still ate the zongzi very slowly. Lu Qingfeng seemed to have seen something interesting and laughed. He turned the book a little slower. It was a story about the mountains and rivers of a pair of good friends. Their ages were not too different. They were 7 or 8 years apart. They were both born in poor alleys. The younger one finally went to a place called Qingzhou Lake and took the lead to embark on the path of cultivation. In an alley, the older youth was still a martial artist who had just learned martial arts when he left his hometown. One was called Gu Chan, and the other was called Chen Pingan. At a young age, Gu Chan went to Qingzhou Lake, which was full of wild cultivators. He kidnapped many young women and served as the opening lady of his own mansion. He wanted to give them to Chen Pingan, who he regarded as his elder brother. The latter was the leader of the 10 friends of Qingzhou Lake. The story was generally divided into 2 lines that went hand in hand. Gu Chan was the devil incarnate in Book Lake, while Chen Pingan was alone and left his hometown to travel. In the end, the 2 of them met again. The young man, who was already a martial arts grandmaster, saved Gu Chan, who had killed innocent people. In the end, he gave some secular gold and silver and pretended to hold a few rituals in an attempt to stop people from talking. After that, the young martial artist immediately left quietly. Gu Chan even changed his name and disappeared without a trace. In the end, an immortal sect joined forces with a garrison of iron cavalry to clean up the mess. They held the grand ritual of Zhou and the land and water Dao field for those who had died in vain. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "What do you think after reading it?" Lu Qingfeng asked back, "What happened to the 2 groups of people who wrote and engraved this book?" Cui Dongshan said, "They were either dead or injured." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "They had a good sense of propriety. If they were to kill all of them, they would be too ruthless. They would treat the spectators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain as fools." "690. The god of the buried river led the great sword immortal that he had admired for a long time into the door. They went around a screen wall that was connected to the buried river, passed through a corridor, and arrived at the main hall. An old chef had just returned from the kitchen. He held a small plate that contained the Lu family's chow pepper. It had been boiled in heavy oil and was bright red with a spicy smell. The old chef stuttered, "Mother. Mother, do you still want the chow pepper?" Previously, the water goddess felt that tonight's fried eel noodles were not strong enough, so she asked the old chef to cook a plate of chow pepper. She did not expect that the sword immortal would arrive at the Green Touring Palace without waiting. She glanced at the small plate in the old chef's hand and the bowl of fried eel noodles on the table. Finally, she turned to look at the sword immortal beside her. She was embarrassed. It was rare for her to have supper, but she bumped into him. If she had known, she would have changed to a smaller bowl. The left and right said, "Water goddess, just continue eating supper. I'm not in a hurry to return to the Tongyi sect. After eating, I'll talk about business." Look, what is an approachable sword immortal? What is a gentle, respectful, and thrifty scholar? The direct disciple of the sage of literature in front of her was one. She only felt that the scholars from the school of the sage of literature were all so considerate. She asked tentatively, "Do you want a bowl for Mr. Zhua?" The left and right sat down at the side and looked at the big bowl on the table. "No need. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhua to wait for me for a moment. My stomach is the biggest." Ha! After saying those polite words, she did not stand on ceremony anymore. She took the plate from the old chef and poured it into the noodles. She held her chopsticks and stirred it. Then, she began to eat supper. She habitually put one leg on the chair and suddenly remembered that Mr. Zhuo was beside her. She quickly sat upright. Every 3 chopsticks, she would pick up the wine pot on the table and take a sip of the Green Touring Palace's home-brewed wine. The wine was strong and matched with Chaotian pepper. Every time she drank, the short water goddess would close her eyes and shiver. She would wipe the sweat on her face and continue eating the bowl of eel noodles. The Green Touring Palace did not have those messy and complicated formalities. It could not be said that the rules were strict. For example, old chef did not leave after arriving at the main hall. He had a good reason to wait for the water goddess to finish her meal before taking away the dishes. A few Green Touring Palace female officials and maidservants who had once been drowned in the river carefully stood on both sides of the door. After all, a sword immortal was not commonly seen. It was good for them to take in some of the immortal aura of a sword immortal. None of them dared to make a ruckus. They just stared with their eyes wide open, sizing up the man who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. So he was that Mr. Zhuo who had visited the Tongyi sect twice. In the words of his own water goddess, it was to kill Du Mao of the Ascendant Realm with one sword. In the heavens and the earth, there is only me, Mr. Zhuo. In front of Mr. Zhuo, there is no one in our Tongyi continent who can fight. Even old Sun of the Jade Tablet sect is no good, let alone the new sect leader, Jiang Shangjin. After the buried river god finished his noodles, he stared at the gate and said, "Haven't you seen enough?" They drifted away with a crash. She chose to sit on the opposite side, but she chose a chair closer to the door and sat down. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhuo. Usually, there are no immortals who visit my Green Touring Palace. They always complain that I, the water goddess, have no face." If we are not as good as them, the demonic beasts will not be in a hurry to attack. We will offer one world with both hands, and then retreat to the 5th world. Then we will be spectators, and wait for the next round between Tuoyu Mountain and Beko Keikyung Building. At this point, Cui Dongshan laughed heartily and said, "You don't say, this method is the least harmful." Lin Shi said, "That's not what I meant." Cui Dongshan nodded. "Of course I know you're not, you're worried about the survival of everyone at the foot of the mountain." Lin Shi said, "What should we do? Please teach me." Cui Dongshan looked up at the highest point in the sky of the Aquarius continent, and said softly, "The cultivators at the foot of the mountain, together with the army of Dolly, straighten their backs and go to their deaths first. The rest who are willing to live, after the former are all dead, kneel and beg for mercy. As for the people at the foot of the mountain, they really can't do anything, and can only resign themselves to fate." In an official residence in the capital of Qingyuan, Li Baozhen rarely had free time, and pulled himself away from a pile of reports of the vassal officials' residences and Dolly's landscape spies to drink with 2 of his family members at the same table. Now, Li Baozhen held several positions, other than being one of the leaders of the Green Wave Pavilion in Dolly, and managing all the spies in the southeast of the continent. He also had the leisure and leisure time. These years, his official career had been soaring, and he became the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Qingyuan. He had already left the capital twice, and was the chief examiner of the local provincial examination, becoming a master. Other than that, he was also the behind-the-scenes monarch of the Jianghu on several vassal mountains within Qingyuan, secretly controlling all the cultivators to climb the mountain, and the sects of Jianghu to accept the new. Li Baozhen threw a book to the middle-aged man opposite him, and said with a smile, "Our fellow countryman, the young mountain master of Luopa Mountain, seems to have completely ruined his reputation in the Aquarius continent." The man was Zhu He, the guard of the Li residence on Fortune Street in the past, and the young woman was his daughter Zhu Lu. This pair of father and daughter, not only had they already left their lowly status, Zhu He also got a job in the Dali army, and served as a cultivator accompanying the Dali army for many years. His status was similar to that of Wei Xian, who was beside the great blasphemy supervisor Lu Xuanmei. However, Zhu He's military achievements were far inferior to Wei Xian's. Now, his rank as a scattered official was not high, and he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Once he was transferred to a local official, he would mostly be the county magistrate of a vassal state, but compared to the ordinary vassal state officials, he would have an additional status of military achievements. In the Dali dynasty, other than the newly established position of the hunting inspector, which was the same rank as the Shangzhou state, the officialdom also underwent a major restructuring, and the official ranks were still divided into official ranks and scattered official ranks, especially the latter, civil and military scattered officials, each adding 6 ranks. Zhu Lu became a spy of the Green Wave Pavilion, and worked under Li Baozhen. When Zhu He received the book, he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He glanced at his daughter, and Zhu Lu seemed to be smiling. Obviously, she already knew the reason. Li Baozhen poured 3 cups of wine and kept one for himself. He gently pushed the other 2 cups on the table to Zhu He and Zhu Lu, indicating that the father and daughter did not need to get up to thank him. He smiled and said, "Maybe it will be banned by Dali soon, and maybe it will be published and spread out. If this book is not banned, I look forward to the appearance of an annotated version, in case many people don't understand the many wonderful things." Zhu He began to flip through the book. Gu Chan, Chen Pingde. Are they alluding to Gu Kan and Chen Pingan from Clay Bottle Alley? Li Baozhen just drank silently. Zhu Lu held the cup with both hands and took a sip of wine. Zhu He frowned. This? The man was a little speechless. Back then, he and his daughter had escorted Li Baoping to travel far away. Although he had not spent much time with Chen Pingan, Zhu He believed that he could see through Chen Pingan's personality clearly. The contents of the book were not all false. However, if it was true, there were always some parts that made people feel that something was wrong. There were always a few sentences in the book that made Zhu He feel that it was the opposite of the truth. For example, the youthful feelings that were hidden deep in his heart that could not be exposed. There was also something about a poor young man who had long been determined to travel thousands of miles, read thousands of books, and admired those virtuous sages who were perfect in morals. He had accidentally obtained a peerless fist manual. Just because he was a young genius with outstanding potential, he did not need any tempering. He broke through the martial Tao as fast as lightning and broke through 3 realms in one day. It was so easy that it attracted the shock of several otherworldly experts and immortals on the mountain. As for before he traveled, he had been blessed with endless fortune and was blessed by the heavens. After traveling, he took the initiative to take on matters. Whenever he encountered injustice, he would punch out decisively. It seemed to depict a high-spirited, chivalrous, and righteous lover. Moreover, every time he paid the price, he would definitely be rewarded with greater fortune. However, in Zhu He's eyes, Chen Pingan was the exact opposite. He was simply an old and prudent person. He was far more lethargic than young and energetic. As for the so-called confidant, Chen Pingan's stubborn temper, forget it. Zhu He shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhu He was not stupid. Although he was not a scholar, he could still see the hidden killing intent. The wandering hero in the book was a lecturer who rebuked others with righteousness and killed people at the slightest provocation. Although Chen Pingan did not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, upon closer inspection, other than 1 or 2 ghosts and monsters that caused mischief, the rest who died under Chen Pingan's fists were all existences that could be killed or not killed. They belonged to the middle of the two. Zhu He flipped through the book very quickly and could not help but ask, "Didn't you say that Chen Pingan was trapped in the calligraphy lake for many years and that his ending was extremely tragic?" He only returned home after many years. Zhu Lu sneered softly. Lu Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Yifu, let a cultivator who was also his personal retainer drive an immortal fairy, and hurried to the top of a mountain. The foot of the mountain was the official road. Lu Qingfeng let the cultivator use the mountain and river observation technique to look at the man and woman walking slowly on the road at the foot of the mountain. The young man on the road was limping, and the average-looking woman with a saber glanced at the top of the mountain, and then nodded slightly, pretending that nothing happened. Just a glance from the woman caused the nascent soul cultivator to be shocked. What a strong killing intent. Lu Qingfeng said, "You can stop using the technique." The two people at the foot of the mountain were Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi, who had returned from a long journey. The couple had gone to the saber master's room in the inverted mountain to return to her mother's home. In fact, Lu Boqi did not have such thoughts, but Lu Qingshan said that he must meet her master. No matter what the result was, whether he was scolded or kicked out of the inverted mountain, it was still etiquette after all. However, he did not expect that when he reached Old Dragon City, the cross-continent ferries would not go out to sea. No matter how Lu Qingfeng asked for the reason, they only said that they did not know. In the end, Lu Boqi went out on his own and brought back a shocking news. The inverted mountain no longer allowed the ferries of the 8 continents to dock, because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had begun to impose martial law and no longer did any business with the vast world. Lu Boqi was not too worried about the saber master's room, but she could not help but feel a little regretful. She had originally planned to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone after leaving behind some incense. As for when she would return home, she would tell her husband when the time came. Lu Boqi hesitated and said, "Big brother is now supervising the excavation of the Great Blasphemy, shouldn't we go and take a look?" Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I don't have such a big brother." Lu Boqi said helplessly, "Big brother has his difficulties." Lu Qingshan said with a gloomy expression, "The Qingyuan kingdom has Lu Qingfeng, the Dali dynasty has Lu Qingfeng, but I don't have such a big brother. He is not in the Lion's Garden and the Lu family's genealogy." Lu Boqi did not try to persuade him anymore. Back then, Lu Qingfeng had reminded her sister-in-law outside the family's ancestral hall that there were some things that did not need to be said to Lu Qingshan. The limping scholar's eyes turned red. Excavating the Great Blasphemy was such a difficult task. That fellow was not a cultivator, and he liked to do things himself, the source of the first Great Blasphemy in the history of the Aquarius continent. The mud bottle alley maid called GQ stood alone by the water, her expression uncertain. This Great Blasphemy was called Qi Blasphemy. Not only that, the reason why she was able to walk on the river was because of the damned contract in her sleeves. When they first formed the contract, the mud bottle alley orphan with a weak life lamp naturally did not know about it. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually dare to break the contract by himself? Before dawn, in a minister's residence in the capital of Dali, a 100-year-old man who was dressed in his official robes suddenly changed his mind, and said that he would not attend the morning assembly. The old man changed into casual clothes, and an old servant held a lantern, and they went to the study room together. After lighting the lantern, the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel sat in front of his desk, and smiled. "How many years has it been since I last sat down and read a book?" After all, the old man was old, and his eyesight was not good, so he had to move his head closer to the book under the light. Suddenly, the old man murmured to himself, Master Chui was not lying. "Now, I am a scholar of Dali. I will not be despised by foreigners just because I am a scholar of Dali, and I can speak Dali official language." The old man turned his head and looked at the dusky night outside the window. "I wonder if I, a scholar of Dali, will become the scholar that I hated the most in the old days." The most ancient plants in the capital were the qingtong outside the house, the rattan flowers in the Han clan, and the peonies in the Baogua temple. Master Guan had been sighing about the holes on the qingtong tree in his house. One of his descendants suggested that since Master Guan cherished the qingtong trees so much, they could ask the gods in the mountain to cast some spells on it. However, Master Guan scolded him, saying that he was an unfilial descendant. Only Guan Iran, his grandson, appreciated the qingtong tree with Master Guan. After some words, the old man felt a bit relieved. Looking at the night outside the window, the old man sighed. I just hope it won't be like this. A scholar should have the spirit of a scholar and the strength of a scholar. What he said was true. What he said was true, but what he said was true. Master Guan suddenly put down the book and stood up. He said, "Get the carriage ready. We are going to the morning court now." The old servant outside the door reminded him, "Master, why don't you change your clothes first?" The old man laughed and said, "Don't put on my clothes. I am going to leave a mark in the history of Dali today." In the spring of the 6th year of Chun Jia, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel was old and forgetful, so he wore a scholar's robe to attend the morning court. He was blocked outside the door, and it was cold in the spring. He was alone outside the door like a quail. Ha ha ha. Interesting. The old servant added, "Master, why don't you hide some food in your sleeve? You asked for it. You don't have to starve. Old master, your body won't be able to withstand the cold and hunger." The old man laughed and said, "That's great." An old man in cyan robes was standing on the wall of the capital of Dali. Behind him was the capital of Dali, which was still lit up. In front of him were many people who were waiting to enter the capital. There were merchants, scholars, martial artists, and cultivators in the mountains. Cui Dong, the imperial tutor, looked back at the lights in the city. Since he became the imperial tutor, the lights in the capital had never stopped for a moment, no matter if it was day or night. There was always a light in the city. It was because of the lights in the rich people's houses, the everlasting lights in the temples, and the scholars in the alleys who were studying hard in the middle of the night. Cui Dong turned his head and looked out of the city. There were merchants rubbing their hands to warm themselves, people curled up in their carriages and dozing off. There were also scholars who had agreed to travel together in the capital of Dali. As the sky gradually brightened, they alighted from their hired carriages and pointed at the top of the city. There were also carriages and horses of the rich people. Some children were woken up by the noise and shouted that they could not hold it in anymore, causing the women and their families to be worried. Cui Dong stood alone on the top of the city wall. The Dali soldiers patrolled the top of the city wall, their iron armor clanking. They came behind the imperial tutor and went far away. Cui Dong hoped that everyone who entered the city, especially those young people, would have bright eyes before they entered the city. Ambition, ambition, and desire. Wealth, riches, fame, beauties, good wine, and opportunities. Everyone depends on their own ability. The capital of Dali has everything. Everyone, please take it. Lu Xianyang once again quietly returned to his hometown from the South Saw continent. This time, he stayed and did not leave. Because the Dragon Spring Sword sect was established by Ruanting in the ancestral hall of the Spiritual Beauty Mountain, there were no portraits of their ancestors. Lu Xianyang only needed to burn incense. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not hold a grand opening ceremony. Everything was simple. They did not even greet half of the Wind Snow Temple. It was not like they were the crazy money-grubbing mountain. Ruanting only called Su Shaoqiao and Xiaoling back to the mountain in the north. He invited Dong Gu and a few of the earliest direct disciples to have a simple meal together. Ruanting, Ruanxiu, Dong Gu, Su Shaoqiao, Xiaoling, and Lu Xianyang. There were 6 of them. Lu Xianyang did not cultivate in the mountains, nor did he go to the new territory north of the capital of Dali. He only went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After Su Xiaoqiao left that place, it gradually became abandoned. And Lu Xianyang did not necessarily cultivate. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not announce his identity as a direct disciple of the sect, so Lu Xianyang wandered around every day. Donggu came to the blacksmith shop today and waited for a long time before the idle Lu Xianyang returned. Lu Xianyang ran over and cupped his fist with a smile. "Eldest senior brother, are you looking for me? Why don't you just send a message by flying sword?" Donggu shook his head and smiled. "It's not urgent." Lu Xianyang brought 2 small bamboo chairs over and sat under the eaves. Lu Xianyang said, "Eldest senior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. We're family." Donggu said, "Master has accepted 2 groups of direct disciples, so junior brother Lu's ranking is too low. I don't think it's appropriate. I want to ask junior brother Lu if you have any thoughts." Donggu saw that Lu Xianyang only smiled and said that he did not have any thoughts, so he had to continue. "Junior brother Lu, please don't think that I'm testing you. It's not like that. I've always felt guilty about occupying the position of eldest senior brother. I'm not a sword cultivator. In fact, Dali mountains and rivers have been laughing at this all these years. It's Master's magnanimity that he doesn't mind. But if I don't mind, then I'll really be sitting on the ground that I'm not a human. How dare I, Donggu, be the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect when I'm just a mountain spirit? Their master Wanqing was not the kind of person to beat around the bush. Previously at the dinner table, he said that Lu Xianyang was a gold core sword cultivator and was the person with the highest realm among the current disciples. Wanqing had told Donggu about the matter of eldest senior brother. If Lu Xianyang did not come, Donggu would have braced himself and continued to be the eldest senior brother. However, since Lu Xianyang had long been related to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, his cultivation base was high, and his aptitude was even better. Donggu truly felt that it would be better for the Dragon Spring Sword sect to have Lu Xianyang as the eldest senior brother. Lu Xianyang leaned forward, rubbed his face with both hands, and said, "Eldest senior brother has to choose a steady person to be the eldest senior brother, and then the junior brothers and sisters can cultivate in peace." "Senior brother Dong, do you think I'm suitable to be the eldest senior brother?" Donggu said, "It's better than me." Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "You think it's useless." Donggu said helplessly, "I understand." Donggu was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Junior brother Lu, I don't know why, but I'm a little afraid of you." Lu Xianyang nodded, "It's because I've been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and used my sword. Plus, my realm is not enough now, so I can't hide it well." Donggu immediately understood, and said no more, got up and left. Lu Xianyang held his chin with one hand and looked into the distance. He had only used a few sword moves, and it was already like this. What about him? The fifth world. A city broke through the sky and fell from the sky. An old scholar was far away. Looking at this scene, he was both happy and sad. He was happy that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had left so many seeds of the way of the sword. He was sad because the city fell, and it reminded the old scholar of the Pearl Grotto heaven falling into the human world in the early years. It was probably the same scene. The scholar said, "My swordsmanship is indeed not as good as Qingqingdo's." The old scholar laughed and scolded, "You're not a swordsman, you're just a scholar who doesn't even have the title of a scholar. If your swordsmanship is better than Qingqingdo's, where will that sword immortal put his face?" The scholar asked, "Aren't you going to take a look over there? You're a scholar, and yet you want to show off your scholar title to me. What's the point?" The old scholar scratched his head and said, "Forget it. But from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the scholar who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world, and the divine sword in his hand. The man said helplessly, "I've set a rule that I won't teach others my swordsmanship. Besides, these young swordsmen don't need me to do anything. As for the sword in my hand, I'll have to return it to the Deshien-du temple sooner or later. Your little calculations won't work." The old scholar stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the city in the distance. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the dragon-slaying cliff was refined into the foundation of the city by Sword Immortal Boss." The man asked. The two sages of the Confucian temple seemed to have something to say. "What were you whispering to them about?" The old scholar was proud of himself and smiled while twirling his beard. He said, "Nothing much, nothing much. I was just giving advice to others. I'm full of knowledge. After all, it's not someone's precious swordsmanship that can be learned casually." The man said, "Since you're not going to the city, you can continue to open the door." The old scholar suddenly changed his mind and said, "Let's go to my last disciple's wine shop for a drink. I'll treat you to a drink. You can pay the bill." The man shook his head. In the city in the distance, someone flew up on a sword and randomly chose a direction. The sword light flew away instantly. He must be trying to understand the situation in this new world as soon as possible. While flying on the sword, that person had already broken through the 5 upper states from the nascent soul state. He asked, "Is that Ning Yao?" The celestial sword in his hand vibrated slightly. The scholar nodded and said, "It seems that she was forcefully suppressed to the nascent soul state by the Great Wall of Sword Aura." The old scholar was grinning from ear to ear. He said, "My last disciple has good taste. Looking for a teacher is for this." The old scholar gave a thumbs up and then another thumbs up. "Looking for a wife is for this." After a while, the sword light in the distance seemed to have merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. It stabilized the unpolished jade state. Therefore, it turned the tip of the sword and flew towards the old scholar. The celestial sword in the scholar's hand roared like a dragon. It was like meeting an old friend. Ning Yao flew to the peak of the mountain and landed on the ground. She saw the old scholar. She didn't say anything. She just raised her arm and placed it in front of her eyes. The back of her hand was pressed against her forehead. She said to the old man in a choked voice, "I'm sorry." The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. He quickly ran to her side and patted her head a few times. He said, "Little Ning, what are you sorry for?" "It's nothing. It's Chen Pingan's fault. Blame him, blame him. Don't feel guilty. If you really want to blame someone, you can't blame Chen Pingan. Let's all blame Chen Qingdu." Ning Yao's expression had returned to normal. She put down her hand and bid farewell to the old scholar. She flew away on her sword and continued to explore the mountains and rivers of the 5th heaven. Soon, cultivators from the 3 heavens would enter this place. There would definitely be many Qi cultivators at the bottleneck of the nascent soul state. In the future of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, besides fighting with swords, there would also be a lot of scheming. Ning Yao didn't ask about the situation in this world, or what rules there were. The scholar nodded. As expected of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. For 10,000 years, they didn't ask anyone. The old scholar slumped to the ground. My last disciple, in the end, who can he ask for help from? My teacher. His senior brother. You might as well chop me to death. I'm so useless as a teacher. The scholar asked, "Where should I chop?" The old scholar immediately stood up and patted the dust off. He coughed. Bai Yi, why can't you take a joke? You should change it in the future. The scholar transformed into a beam of sword light and went back to work on opening the doors. Just for the vast world, he had to open 3 doors with his sword in hand. He had to open 3 doors for the southern Whirlpool continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongye continent. In the landing city, Ning Yao had already broken through on her sword. She became the first cultivator of the pure jade realm in this new world. From now on, she would lead the hidden officials, Dong Bud, Luo Zhini, Su Ning, Chang Taiqing, Guizhuzhou, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and the new addition, Fan Dach. Therefore, there were only 9 people in the hidden officials branch. They were in charge of law enforcement and supervising all sword cultivators. Qi Shou, a nascent soul cultivator, was in charge of rebuilding the criminal officials branch. He was in charge of law enforcement and killing. The martial artists hiding in the Winter Palace would also belong to the criminal officials branch in the future. Currently, all sword cultivators in the Oris Core and nascent soul realms would automatically belong to the criminal officials branch. If they wanted to leave, they would have to exchange for it with military merits. After that, they could leave the city and establish their own sect as they wished. However, once the city's flying sword sent a message, any sword cultivator who dared not return would be treated as an enemy and killed. Among them, there was a woman named Twixen. She wore a robe that resembled a fairy's robe and seemed to have not recovered from a serious illness. She was now in the nascent soul realm and was not a sword cultivator, but she was the second in command of the criminal officials. The ancestral hall began to be built in the city. There was only one portrait on the wall, Chen Qingdou. Other than that, there were many other measures, such as the relocation of the clothing, sword, and pill workshops. They were all carried out step by step and had long been followed by regulations. Therefore, everything seemed to be in order. Ning Yao was the first to leave the city. The other 8 sword cultivators of the hidden officials branch formed pairs and each chose a direction to travel out of the city on their flying swords. They needed to draw a geographical map. If they were obstructed midway, they would immediately send a message to Qi Shou and the sword cultivators of the criminal officials that Twixen was in charge of. Marquis Gao Yi was in charge of looking after a natal lamp. The number of people who knew about this could be counted on one hand. As for Twixen, who had fallen from the unpolished jade realm, she left the prison and snuck into the city, coming to this world together. She carried the jade token of the hidden official with her. According to the agreement, she did not immediately return it to the hidden officials branch. According to the young hidden official's words, there were only 2 situations that she could show this jade token to others. Ning Yao was in danger. Or Qin Shi, who had reincarnated, had his power seized by Qi Shou's branch of the criminal officials before he could mature. Twixen came to the wine shop alone. There was no shopkeeper now. The head shopkeeper had left for the vast heaven while the second shopkeeper remained on the city's wall. The city had just landed not long ago. The great battle was still fresh in their minds, so there was not much business. Twixen ordered a bowl of wine from the mute lake and drank alone. Before drinking, she raised the small wine bowl and toasted a young stranger. Everyone in the Rain Dragon sect was stunned. First, an inverted mountain essence palace was inexplicably knocked over and fell into the sea. The Qi refinement warriors could only return to the sect in a sorry state. Then, a handsome young man with a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist rode the wind to the peak of one of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statues. He claimed that he came from the desolate world and was a true demon. He begged everyone to kill this beast. The young man smiled brightly and raised his hands, indicating that he had made up his mind to wait for death and not fight back. The female sect master of the Rain Dragon sect, who was also Yun Biao's senior sister, led all the cultivators of the ancestral hall to the peak of the mountain. She raised her head to look at the handsome young man. One of the Rain Dragon sect's elders spoke telepathically, saying that the Rain Dragon sect had a secret agreement with the Mountain Water Caves patriarch of the Fuyao continent and the senior who was attached to the border. An inverted mountain had already ascended and left. As long as the Rain Dragon sect's cultivators weren't blind, they could see it. And this demon came to the peak of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statue and begged for someone to kill it. Then, the Sword Chi city that had guarded the city for 10,000 years was actually breached. It was unimaginable, but it was a fact that had to be acknowledged. The youngest Earth Immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Kuv and his two immortal Dao companions, stood behind the seniors of the ancestral hall. The handsome man who only said that he was a demon flicked his finger lightly and killed the nascent soul realm old woman of the Rain Dragon sect on the spot. After killing her, the man smiled and said, "You look like a crane with wrinkled skin. I'll take it that you have ulterior motives and want to scare me to death. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you my name. I heard that your vast world values this the most." He twirled his hair around his temples with two fingers and patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist with the other. He smiled and said, "I'm called Jiu Yi. Because I only have two good things in my life, good wine and good women. Your Rain Dragon sect doesn't lack either, so I came here first. It's normal that you don't know this name because it's a new name specially created for your vast world. The previous one was called Qiayun." When the Rain Dragon sect cultivators heard Qiayun, their faces turned ashen. A throned great demon. Because the Rain Dragon sect had been established for a long time and was close to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they knew a lot about the wilderness. For example, the 14 thrones in the ancient well, apart from the master of Moon-bearing Mountain, the great ancestor of the wilderness, were Wenhai, Zhoumi, Wanderer Lu Cha, Yao Jia, Dragon Lord, Lotus Nunnery Master, Baiying, Yang Ji, Fei Fei, and Huang Wan. In addition, there was a golden-armored general who was said to have been imprisoned by the Dao ancestor with a Dao technique, a mountain-moving ape with a long staff on its shoulder, a three-headed, six-armed giant, and an ancient lightning spear. However, what the Rain Dragon sect didn't know was that the Lotus Nunnery Master had already died. Ascendant Realm Great Demon Chongguang was killed by Qin Shi. As for the other upper 5 realms and Earth Immortal Great Demons, they had suffered heavy losses in order to break through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Huang Wan had been killed by Liang and Yao Chongdao. Huang Wan's final contribution to the wildlands was that she had sacrificed more than half of her life to force Liang to be imprisoned beneath Moon Support Mountain. Therefore, Moon-bearing Mountain had already sent orders to the various military camps to not allow any upper 5 realms great demon to pursue Huang Wan, who had been reincarnated through the life lamp. A nascent soul Huang Wan who had been forcibly dismembered. It was no different from a child. As for whether the cultivators below the upper 5 realms would be ordered by the great demon to kill Huang Wan, that was up to them. When the time came, whether a group of nascent soul cultivators secretly surrounded Huang Wan or 3 to 5 nascent soul sword cultivators participated in the hunt, Moon-bearing Mountain wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Since it had lost its realm, it had also lost its throne. In the wilderness, the strong were respected. The premise was that Huang Wan didn't run to the gray-robed old man alive to complain. As for the previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Xiao Chua, he was now the newest throne member of the wilderness. As for the current hidden official, since the Great Wall of Sword Chi was gone, he could probably be called the previous hidden official. He was neither human nor ghost and could be considered to have stayed in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After the great demon Jiu Yi casually killed people, some young cultivators were filled with grief and indignation. They angrily shouted for the elders of the ancestral hall to open the mountain river formation. However, the Rain Dragon sect master and the members of the ancestral hall turned a deaf ear to them. The greater demon's dimples flickered as he killed the Rain Dragon sect cultivators one by one. Clouds of blood mist exploded everywhere. Although they were separated by a great distance, they were very fast. Thus, a string of firecrackers rang out like spring in a marketplace. He smiled and said, "There aren't many male cultivators in the Rain Dragon sect. I like it very much. Next, whoever kills a man can live. When the last man is dead, I will kill the sisters who didn't kill anyone. Of course, if you're good-looking and have a good life, I will take care of you. So, for those who aren't good-looking, you have to seize this opportunity. If you lose it, it won't come again." If all the cultivators who ascend the mountain and become immortals cherish their lives, I feel like they really shouldn't be alive. A female cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall begged the great demon king not to kill indiscriminately. The Rain Dragon sect was willing to do so, and so. Then, Jiu Yi reached out and grabbed her. He pressed down on her head and twisted her wrist, causing her body to fly into the air. Then, he chopped down with his palm like a blade, splitting her in two. Then, he opened his mouth and directly ate her golden core and nascent soul. Finally, he threw the half of her corpse into the sea. In the Rain Dragon sect, there was internal strife. Women killed men. Among them, there were Tao companions who killed their Tao companions. There were also those who didn't. They helped their Tao companions stop their fellow sect members from killing each other. Then, they were killed together. The members of the ancestral hall, including the Rain Dragon sect master, all killed a man. No more, no less. Soon, Fu could discover that he was the only man left in the entire Rain Dragon sect. As for his two immortal Tao companions, their eyes were filled with determination as they stood by his side to protect him. Jiu Yi nodded and smiled. "You have two Tao companions. If you kill one of them, you can live. How about it? If one of them commits suicide, it won't be counted as your death." Before the two women could say anything, Fuku had already killed one of them. Then, Jiu Yi nodded, very satisfied. He slapped the man to death and laughed. "You really believe my words? You'll die of stupidity." One of the female cultivators stared blankly at Fuku's bloody flesh on the ground. Jiu Yi reached out and grabbed her in front of his eyes. With a casual swipe, he peeled off her beautiful face and threw the wailing, pitiful woman out. He didn't just peel off her skin. If a face didn't have the soul of a female cultivator attached to it, it would lose its charm. Then, it would be meaningless for him to use it to touch up. He shook the skin in his hand and gently blew off the blood on it. He smiled and said, "So beautiful." The Rain Dragon sect master said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor Chiayun, why are you doing this? Isn't it good to keep us and lead the way for you? Whether you go to the South Swirl continent or the Tongyi continent, we'll be the first to go ashore and kill." Zhou Gui waved the fresh skin in his hand and interrupted the old woman's words. He laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pressed a finger against the corner of his eye and stopped laughing with great difficulty. "Unfortunately, in our world of wastelands, the lives of ants are the most worthless. As for you, you're just a slightly bigger ant. If you met Yang Zhifei and the others, you might really be able to live. Unfortunately, your luck is not on my side. You just had to meet me." At this point, he turned to look at the inverted mountain and muttered with a smile, "Besides, I've been dealing with the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a long time. If I meet you immortals again, This sovereign great demon was punched into the sea by a little girl with braids. It was like a mountain smashing into the water, creating a huge wave. Before the female cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect on the mountain had any misconceptions, the little girl went back and forth between the two mountains and killed all the earth immortals with a single punch. Meanwhile, the sovereign great demon who had returned from the sea to the Rain Dragon sect leisurely walked around and picked the skin of the female cultivators below the Golden Core realm. He skinned them one by one. As for whether they lived or died, there was no need to care. The gray-robed elder came to the rain dragon sex mountain. Xiao Chua, Chia Yun, I'll let you off this time for destroying an entire sect without permission. But don't do it again. Even if there were some survivors, the rain dragon sect was already crippled. Xiao Chua crossed his arms and did not say a word. With great difficulty, the great demon Chia Yun picked out a few relatively intact facial skins from the shattered corpses on the ground. At this moment, he gathered all of them together and was carefully sewing his own face. He bowed to the gray-robed elder and said with a smile, "All right." Xiao Chua said, "You can't even exchange it with battle merits." The gray-robed elder smiled and said, "Of course you can. As long as you have enough battle merits, you can kill them as you wish." Xiao Chua suddenly turned to Chia Yun and said, "Well done." The great demon Chia Yun smiled but did not say anything. He only sewed up his face and added flowers to the brocade. Day after day, year after year. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Finally, the first heavy snow arrived. The young man's face and figure gradually became clearer and more stable. At this moment, he was standing on a cliff on the city wall. Under his bright red robe, a sword wound that had almost severed his entire body and spine was healing on its own. He had wanted to sneak away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to kill the demon race army at the broken part of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had to find something to do. In the end, the gray-robed elder had arrived in an instant. In the end, he was ruthlessly struck by the other party's sword. If he had not used a secret technique that allowed him to return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if Qin Pingan was really at the unpolished Jade Realm, he would definitely have died. At this moment, Qin Pingan was facing the dragon god on the opposite side of the city wall. In the end, the young man did not say anything to the dragon god. He dragged his saber and left. The dragon god said in a hoarse voice, "Qin Qing only found a piece of trash like you to stay here as a watchdog." Li Zhen flew over on his sword and said with a smile, "What a pity. I really don't know. Are you guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi or the wilderness?" That figure gradually disappeared into the distance. I have only heard of it from others and have never seen it. Li Huai sighed, "Pei Qian, you really know a lot about the business of Jianghu." On Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian was not like this. In Jianghu, Pei Qian seemed to be like a fish in water. He knew all the rules. Pei Qian was silent for a long time. "It's nothing. When I was young, I liked to join in the fun. Also, don't misunderstand. When I followed Master in Jianghu, I didn't see these things nor did I do them. In the past, in that small Jianghu in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, it was impossible to survive by relying on those happy events. Later, when she followed Master, she began to not have to worry about food and clothing. She could think about the next meal, or even the next day, what delicious food to eat. Even if Master did not agree, in the end, in the pockets of Master and disciple, there was money, and it was all clean money. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "Remember, these 2 talisman, we insist on the price of 1 small snow coin. Just say that it is your sect's ancestral treasure book, a first-class offensive magic weapon. After your master passed away, it was passed to you, the only child. Because you urgently need a sum of money, go to the Skeleton Beach and Helplessness Pass Market to try your luck. Otherwise, you will not buy it even if you are beaten to death. If anyone tries to bargain with us, just ignore them. You just have to shake your head. At most, you can say that you're not selling it, but you really can't sell it. As for that Celadone brush washer, I won't sell it alone. If you buy the talisman, it's not worth the cost of a single grain of snow. Li Huai glanced at the two talismen and was speechless, these two broken talismen, asking for one small snow coin. Even an idiot won't buy it, right? And this brush washer, we really spent 10 snow coins to buy it. Pei Qian had been sizing up the surrounding tourists. He sneered, you are worse than an idiot. This brush washer is an item on the mountain that Shuhan Lane asked for 10 snow coins. Even if we were cheated, 4 or 5 snow coins would be enough to buy it. I purposely said that it is not worth 1 snow coin, but why? It is just to show that we are spendthrifts. With this brush washer, other people can pick it up. Most importantly, it can help the two talisman. Unless they are real experts, they will be less and less sure of the quality of the talisman. By that time, some people will deliberately dislike it and return. By that time, we still won't sell it. By the third time, I will start to persuade you, but you will hesitate and mumble something like sorry for your master. Li Huai said gloomily, why is it that my master has passed away? Why can't you pretend to be my fellow countryman? Pei Qian angrily picked up the mountain walking stick, scaring Li Huai so much that he rolled and crawled away. When Li Huai carefully moved back to squat on the ground, Pei Qian was furious. Silly boy, I really have a master. Do you, Li Huai, have one? Then there is this Yayan from the North Continent. You still say that you are not a Ling Qing, so you can pretend to be a local who left his hometown when he was young. A person at such a young age can take the Skeleton Beach ferry back to his hometown from the Aquarius continent. Isn't it normal that he has 1 or 2 treasures on him? At most, the sale of a few snow coins is not enough to make the immortals on the mountain kill for money. Even if there is, we are not afraid. After all, this is the territory of the hemp sect. If it is those people from the Jianghu, if I can't beat them, we can just run. After an hour, Li Huai's legs were sore from squatting. He could only sit on the ground. Pei Qian was still squatting on the ground with his hands in his sleeves, motionless. Many tourists gave up after asking about the price. Those who were good-tempered left without saying anything, while those who were bad-tempered were cursing and swearing. Li Huai felt that today's deal with Pei Qian was hanging by a thread. He felt even more guilty. If he did not buy anything at the ferry, Pei Qian would not have to work so hard. Pei Qian said, let's wait for another hour. If it doesn't work, we will hurry. Master said that there is no good bag shop in the world. It is normal that you can't sell it. Another hour passed. Li Huai could only silently pray in his heart, heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, 3 pure immortals, bodhisattvas, saints are about to appear. An old cultivator in a white laurel robe glanced at the bag shop. After a few steps, he stopped and came to the cotton cloth. He squatted down and reached out to grab a piece of yellow paper talisman. Pei Qian quickly bent down and reached out to block the talisman. He shook his head and said, you can't touch it. You can only look. Senior, you immortals on the mountain have very strange spells. You can't have the heart to harm others, but you can't have the heart to guard against others. Senior, please forgive me. The old man smiled and nodded. He casually picked up the celadone brush washer with both hands. This time, Pei Qian did not stop him. He repeated the story about Li Huai. The old man listened to Pei Qian's words absent-mindedly. He shook the brush washer in his hand and then gently threw it onto the cotton cloth. He pointed at the 2 yellow paper talismans and asked with a smile, how much for these 2? The old man was followed by a young man and a young woman. They both carried swords on their backs. The most unusual thing was that there was a snow-white pearl hanging from the golden sword tassel. Pei Qian said, a small summer is money. You can't even spend money without a snow-white pearl. This is the immortal money that my friend's life depends on. It really can't be less. Buy the talisman and give the brush washer for free. Just treat it as making a friend. Li Huai's face was tense. He saw that when Pei Qian said this, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Was she pretending not to be from the Jianghu and pretending to speak in the language of the Jianghu? The old cultivator asked, "Are you selling 50 snow-white pearls for money?" Pei Qian asked back, "Senior, you don't do business like this. If I split the brush washer in half and sold you half, would you buy it?" The old cultivator was dumbfounded. The old man said, "A small summer is money. Okay, I'll buy it." Pei Qian suddenly said, "I'm not selling it." The old cultivator looked up and asked with a smile, "Why is that? Are you trying to raise the price, or are you really not selling it?" Pei Qian said, "I'm really not selling it." The old cultivator smiled. "Am I being too forthright and making you feel like you're making a loss by selling the talisman?" Pei Qian nodded. The old cultivator stood up and walked away. Li Huai moved to Pei Qian's side. "Pei Qian, Leader Pei, what's going on?" Pei Qian raised his chin and pointed at the Celadon brush washer. He actually came for the brush washer. Moreover, he's a foreigner. No matter how well he speaks the North Continent's language, there are still a few mispronunciations. A real North Continent cultivator would definitely not be like this. This kind of foreigner who travels across continents would definitely have a lot of money in his pocket. Of course, we're an exception. He's not trying to make fun of us. He really wants to buy the brush washer. Li Huai asked curiously, "No matter what he's here for, as long as we sell a small summer, won't we be able to earn back all the money that was scammed in the Void Hatred Lane?" Pei Qian kept the bag and returned the brush washer to Li Huai. He said confidently, "What's the hurry? Pack up and leave immediately. We'll walk slowly to the Mural City. They'll definitely come looking for us. I'll think of a better price on the way. If we can't sell it, there's no need to be afraid. I'm sure that the Celadon brush washer is worth a small summer. It'll be ours sooner or later." Li Huai wrapped the brush washer and placed it in his bamboo box. He said sadly, "Pei Qian, you're so smart. You won't sell me off one day when you're short of money, right?" Pei Qian said indifferently, "Doing business is doing business. Making friends is making friends. They're two different things. Other than being my friend, you're also someone that my master has taken care of for so long. Outside of Luopa Mountain, I, Pei Qian, would dare to sell anyone but you." Li Huai laughed. Pei Qian glanced at Li Huai. "What's there to be happy about?" Pei Qian and Li Huai walked towards the entrance of the Mural City. Pei Qian reminded Li Huai, "Some unorthodox money is actually earned by gambling with one's life. However, no matter how lucky a person is, how many times can he win against the heavens? Of course, if you really can't survive, you can't care about anything else. However, we're not considered unorthodox, and we don't want to earn that kind of money." Li Huai was cheated out of a wooden token by Shuhan Lane with his own ability. "I, Pei Qian, will use my own ability to earn back a small sum of money." Li Huai scratched his head. The branch leader's account book had reappeared in the martial world. Li Huai started to change the topic. "Have you decided on the price?" "Yes, 1 grain of money." Li Huai was dumbstruck. "Aren't we being too ruthless when doing business like this?" Pei Qian said, "We're no longer the previous Mural City, where we can ask for sky-high prices. As for the old man's temperament, you only need to look at the 2 juniors beside him to know. Previously, when I was bargaining with the old man, the man and woman only felt that it was interesting. Their gazes were very upright. Therefore, the old man can't be that bad. If he's really a scheming and sinister person, then I, Pei Qian, can only blame myself for not having good eyesight. I can only blame the two of us for not coming to the Mural City to be a Mural City's bag shop. We shouldn't have come to the North Continent to roam the martial world. Li Huai smiled and said, I won't complain about this. Pei Qian nodded and said, that's why I brought you along to roam the martial world. Li Huai gave a fist salute and walked sideways. Thank you for your appreciation, branch leader. Pei Qian said, get lost. Li Huai smiled and said that he had received the order. He walked side by side with Pei Qian. Pei Qian said, the martial world is deep. If there's really danger and I ask you to leave alone, remember not to hesitate. Li Huai was silent. Pei Qian had said that she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Li Huai felt that it was not too bad. Back then, when they were traveling to study, Yu Lu was even younger than Pei Qian was now. It seemed that she had reached the 6th level early on. Not long after she came to the academy, she fought for him and rose to the 7th level. After that, she studied in the academy for many years. Occasionally, she would follow the teachers to travel far away. She did not have the chance to interact with the people of the martial world. Hence, Li Huai did not have much of a concept of the 6th level and the 7th level. In addition, Pei Qian said that she had never really fought with anyone when she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Hence, she did not have many opportunities to spar with people of the same level. Hence, for safety's sake, she made a discount. In the martial world, when she fought with people, she would count herself as a martial artist of the 5th level. Li Huai said gloomily, that won't happen. Jing Dafeng always said that I'm a lucky person. If I don't step on dog poop, I won't even go out. Hence, when we roam the martial world this time, our luck won't be too bad. Li Huai suddenly smiled brightly. He shook the bamboo box on his back and said, look, there's a Celadone brush washer in my box. Isn't that the proof? Pei Qian asked, are you happy every time you step on dog poop when you go out? Li Huai was speechless. Li Huai gritted his teeth and said softly, Pei Qian, let's discuss something. That Celadone brush washer, can we not sell it? I want to give it to my sister. She's an anonymous outer disciple of the old immortal master at Lion Peak. Actually, she's just a servant. My mother and sister are both embarrassed. My family is poor and my sister definitely did not give a proper gift to her master. My sister is actually quite good to me and my mother has always been partial to me. My sister has never been angry. Li Huai was already mentally prepared to be beaten up by Pei Qian. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said, all right. Of course you can. That Celadone brush washer was originally yours. Even if you sell it for 1 grain of rice, I won't make a single copper coin. If you're willing, why should I stop you? Li Huai was caught off guard. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, get lost. Li Huai smiled and said, all right. Li Huai was silent for a moment. Why? Pei Qian recalled a small matter when he was young in the Burial River Jade touring manor. Some matters and some items were simply not a matter of money. Pei Qian did not say anything to Li Huai. As expected, Pei Qian and Li Huai waited for a moment at the entrance of Mural City before the old man arrived. Pei Qian cupped his fists and bowed, Senior, I'm sorry. That brush washer is really not for sale. The old cultivator looked at the young lady with clear eyes. Although he found it strange, the old man still nodded and said with a smile in his heart, Young lady, you and I know very well whether the talisman is valuable or not. However, that Celadone brush washer is indeed worth 2 or 3 grains of rice. The beauty does not lie in the body of the brush, but in the words on the bottom. It's very valuable. In the future, when you and your friends become that bag shop, don't sell it cheaply. Of course, you have to be careful of other people's evil intentions. It's best if you sell it in Mural City, Dragon Palace, Grotto Heaven, Spring Dew Garden, or other large mountains. After deducting the cost of the Celadone's ferry, you will still make a profit. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked with a smile, "Senior, may I ask your name and sect? If there's a chance in the future, we would like to pay you a visit." The old cultivator waved his hand with a smile and joked, "It's a chance encounter in the pugilistic world. Don't ask for my name. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Moreover, young lady, didn't you already guess that I'm from another continent? So, your polite words aren't too sincere." Pei Qian looked at the old man and suddenly cupped his fists. He condensed his voice and said to the old man, "I'm Pei Qian, a martial artist. I bid farewell to Senior here." The old man was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily, "All right." Li Huai looked at the unfamiliar Pei Qian. He was somewhat envious and fascinated. The old cultivator brought his 2 disciples and climbed up the ancestral mountain of the Draped Hemp sect. They took a short break at the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain. The old cultivator smiled, "If you want to ask, ask." The young lady asked, "Master, is that young lady a pure martial artist? What realm is she in?" The old cultivator thought for a moment and smiled while stroking his beard. He looked at the swaying river not far away from the foot of the mountain and only said 2 words, "It's strange." "It's all her fault." Wei Yusong came to the Hanging Sword Pavilion in person and cupped his fists with a smile. "Welcome, Ancestral Master Nalan. The sect master is in Qinglu Town and Yen Su is in the immortal ruins of the goddess painting, teaching the direct disciple Pang Lanqi swordsmanship. They can't come. As for the others, as long as they hear that Ancestral Master Nalan is here, they will immediately turn around and leave even if they are at the foot of the mountain." The old man smiled, "It doesn't matter as long as you don't talk to me about money." Wei Yusong said, "Oh, then I'm leaving." The old man waved his hand and said, "Don't be like that. Sit down and chat for a while. You can enjoy the scenery here and forget about money." Wei Yusong sat down with a smile. The other 2 young men and women bowed to this god of wealth, and Wei Yusong returned their greetings one by one. The old man asked, "I saw a little girl with a walking stick and a bamboo box. Her name is Pei Qian. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's probably true. Do you know her?" Wei Yusong smiled and said, "Her name is indeed Pei Qian. She is the adopted daughter of our sect master Zhu." The old man smiled and said, "No wonder." In the territory of the Skeleton Beach, there was a big river that flowed from south to north. It was very rare in the vast world. Pei Qian was going to the ancestral temple by the swaying river to visit the river god Shui. Because his master said that the river god was kind to him. Although he didn't appreciate it at that time, the river god and the fire god temple in a certain city were worthy of being called the gods of mountains and rivers. As long as he passed by, he should burn incense and pay respect. It didn't matter whether the incense was made on the mountain or not. Pei Qian certainly wouldn't tell him his name. He just went to the temple to burn incense silently. Strictly speaking, the swaying river temple had always been an obscene temple because it had never been officially conferred by any imperial court, nor was it appointed by the Confucian Academy. It was about 600 miles away from the river god temple. With Li Huai by his side, he had to walk. After going to the river god temple to burn incense, he went north along the swaying river and arrived at the decorated archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. Pei Qian only needed to look at it from afar. As for the Gate of Helplessness Bazaar, he could bring Li Huai to walk around. Li Huai started to think about the painting of the goddess in the City of Murals. Looking at them, they were really good. Every one of them was better than his sister. She was so much prettier, as expected of the goddess in the paintings. It was just that he didn't have the money. Otherwise, he would definitely buy a set and split it into two. He would give one to the old man in the medicine shop and the other to Jing Dafeng, who had once carried him around on his back. It would be good to let the two bachelors enjoy themselves. The surface of the swaying river was very wide, giving people the feeling that they were looking at a lake. There was no bridge, and the water was very dense. There were two roads on Pei Qian's side. The small road was adjacent to the river, and it was very quiet. On the main road, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Pei Qian and Li Huai both held mountain walking sticks in their hands and walked on the small road. According to their master, they would soon come across a tea shop by the river. 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with money, and 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with 3 bowls of gloomy tea. The shopkeeper was a lazy man, and the young waiter had a bad temper. The shopkeeper and the waiter weren't bad people, but when they were outside, they still had to be careful. Pei Qian raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw that the sea of clouds had 7 colors. This was probably the so-called auspicious sign. Below the sea of clouds should be the swaying river temple. Pei Qian asked casually, Li Huai, can you see the clouds over there? Li Huai looked in the direction that Pei Qian was pointing at, nodded and said, I can see it. It's a huge patch of colorful auspicious clouds. I am a proper scholar of the academy. Of course, I know that this is the manifestation of a god's merit. Pei Qian looked at Li Huai. Li Huai asked, what? Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, you are a qi refinement warrior now. Li Huai snorted. I want to learn from that blockhead Lin. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Those who can go through the wind and rain are really immortals. He was referring to that Lin Shi. Thank you. Pei Qian thought for a moment, but in the end, he didn't take a closer look at Li Huai. The more his master was not around, the more he, as the first disciple, had to abide by the rules. It was just like copying a book. Li Huai said, Pei Qian, when are you going to teach me the crazy demon swordsmanship that you used in the academy back then? Pei Qian's face darkened. I don't know any crazy demon swordsmanship. Li Huai mumbled, if you don't want to teach, so be it. You are so petty. She said that she knew some real martial arts and was not afraid of our trifling skills at all. The leading man slapped the clever young man who was a money tree and said to the girl with a smile, little girl, are your martial arts really so powerful? The skeleton beach and the swaying river had always been visited by many immortals, and there were many strange people. But the 2 people in front of them carrying bamboo boxes could be ignored. Pei Qian shook her head and said, not at all. She then added, but if you want to ask for a punch, I will accept it. The crowd burst into laughter. This skinny little girl's brain did not seem to be working well. The man quickly stepped forward, his boots kicked up the mud, and the dust flew up, smashing towards the girl's face. The little girl did not look good, so it was no wonder that the master did not have protective feelings for the fairer sex. Pei Qian did not move at all and took the punch. The man put one hand behind his back and nodded, I am not someone who does not follow the rules of the Jianghu. Today, I will teach you a little lesson. In the future, don't meddle in other people's business. The man waved his hand and called for people to leave. Those people who had just started to cheer, after being tormented by their big brother, were a little confused. Especially the young man who did not see the slightly tanned girl fall to the ground, he was even more disappointed. He did not know what his big brother was planning to do today. After dozens of steps, the young man mustered up his courage and asked, Big brother? The man was sweating profusely. His left hand covered his right wrist, his whole body trembled, and his face was full of pain. He said in a trembling voice, "I met a hard nail. My hand is broken. You evil spirit, wait for me." The young man complained incessantly in his heart. Everyone was dazzled. The girl carrying the bamboo box had already blocked the way. She used her walking stick to support herself and said to the man with his hands behind his back in a deep voice, "Every family has its rules. Snakes have their ways, rats have their ways. You guys have your own ways. I don't know about the customs of the Skeleton Beach, but there is no stealing in the temple. It has always been like this in my hometown. Otherwise, you will end up being someone else's for the rest of your life. First, it was your subordinate who stole money from the river god's temple that could have cost lives. Then, it was your punch. If it were an ordinary woman, not only would that punch be enough to seriously injure her, it would also ruin her face. That punch of yours is even more against the rules. Even if martial artists in the Jianghu exchange punches, or an elder sparring with a junior, the first punch should never be so ruthless. Yes, your punches are not good, but your heart is ruthless." Pei Qian nodded to himself. "All right, I have already figured out the reason. I can punch without worry.